Welcome to the Cape Coral Committee of the Whole meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is September 13th, 2023. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
Council Members Costin,
Here.
Cummings, here. Hayden,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Shepherd,
Here.
Sankey,
Here.
Welsh,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 4 is business. 4A is citizens input time. Citizens input is a maximum of 60 minutes is set for them citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name. We'll utilize the podium to my left, your right. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Good morning. Gary Eldred, 4837 Southwest 25th Place. A lot of you guys know me already. I've sent you various information via emails, so I'll get to the point. I saw today that in the meeting we're talking about electric school buses. With all the issues that are going on right now in the city of Cape Coral, why are we looking at electric school buses at this time? We have beautification issues. We have curbing issues. We have park and recreational issues. We have sidewalk issues. We have traffic issues. We have infrastructure issues. We have businesses trying to get into Cape Coral. Why are we looking at school buses at this particular time? Why don't we let other cities work out all the issues with respect to electric school buses and the cost and all the things that are attributable to electric school buses? Other cities, why don't they work out all the issues and then come to the city and figure out what is best for the city of Cape Coral? As you know, you guys are making decisions based on what the needs of the citizens of Cape Coral are. And it seems like it's all falling on deaf ears. There are so many people that are talking about the yacht club, the JC Park, all the things that are going on, and you guys are not listening. You're thinking that you're going to make all the right decisions. There are so many people in Cape Coral that know a lot more about what's going on than you guys think you do. So I urge you to listen to the people of Cape Coral and make the right decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make sure we have the expectation set right from the beginning. There will be no applause. It's a professional meeting. It'll be run just like any other business meeting. So I ask you not to applaud. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, hi, my name is Marie Kavanaugh, and I am going to be a fixture at these things, and you are not going to be happy. I'm first going to talk about the J.C. Park survey, which was the most ridiculous thing I ever saw in my life. It automatically assumed that this is a done deal. There was no opportunity for the people who took the survey to vote against the entire project. That's like holding an election when you have one candidate. And I'd like to know who authorized the $1 million to the company that drew up those plans. I went to that Mercola meeting, and I'll tell you, I was less than impressed. You show it as this joyous thing, dogs running around, kids playing. It's going to be a maintenance nightmare. We just voted you $60 million in the last election to create new parks and to fix the parks that you've been neglecting for years. And what do? Now you want us to come up with what you say is 10 to 12 million, and I seriously doubt those numbers are anywhere close to being realistic. And the whole, as this other gentleman said, this whole electric bus thing, I think you people need to do some research on that. These things are not ready for prime time. You're going to pay twice as much for these school buses. You don't have the infrastructure. You don't have the charging stations. You don't have a truck that's going to go when these things die, because our buses have to be air conditioned, and that just drains the batteries on these buses. We're going to have kids stranded all over Cape Coral and no means to get those buses started again. And then, as another thing, you know, you want the I understand the whole concept, but it's not ready for prime time. You're going to get, okay, no emissions. But the cost to generate that electricity is tremendous. And then you have a project like Redfish Point, where you're going to bring in probably 1,600 more cars, which are going to be spewing pollutants all through the air, up and down Pelican, through the building process, which is going to take 3 to 5 years. And I just don't understand it. And I'm tired of everybody coming in here and begging you people, oh, please don't vote for this. Oh, please, please don't vote for that. You work for us. You're supposed to do what we want you to do, and I don't see that happening.
Thank you, ma'am. This is the last time I'm going to tell you, if I see anybody clapping, I'll have the police officers remove you. No clapping. You can raise your hands like the young lady in the back. That way it's not disruptive, but there will be no clapping. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name is Sylvia Swartz. I'm a former president and current board member of the Garden Club of Cape Coral. The Garden Club is extremely concerned about the city's plans for JC Park, not only because it's a beloved family park used by many for family gatherings and dog walking, but also that it is the venue for our annual major fundraiser, March in the Park. Without JC Park, there will be no March in the Park. We have been staging this event at JC Park for 15 years and have raised nearly $150,000 for Cape Coral High School students and Cape Coral school environmental projects. JC Park is the only location that we know of in the Cape that will accommodate this event. Traffic to our event from 9 a.m. to late morning is constant. We hire a city policeman to help control and direct the traffic, and our own members act as parking attendants, directing vehicles to the large area of field parking at the north of the park, where at any one time there may be up to 400 or 500 cars. The city's concept design will not accommodate the number of vehicles that simultaneously enter the park to buy from the Garden Club's own plant booth and the 40 other vendors who support and attend to sell their garden-related wares. Every year, more than 1,000 people, their dogs and kids, join us to browse the varied selection of native and Florida-friendly plants that we grow for the sale and the wares of the vendors who support our event by bringing a selection of their stock to sell. The event is looked forward to by many people in the Cape, not only gardeners, but also because it's a family day out where kids can enjoy the park and our own free kids booth where they can enjoy various crafts. It's been suggested that shuttle buses would overcome the parking problem, but that's a ludicrous suggestion, bearing in mind that visitors to the event bring garden carts and other means of transport for the plants and garden art that they purchase. It would be impossible to transport these items on a shuttle bus. JC Park needs to stay as it is, as a venue for fundraising events such as ours and a peaceful family park that all can enjoy.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to everyone else. Go ahead,
Hello,
ma'am.
my name is Gemma Cisneros. I wasn't planning on talking, but and I didn't plan anything. However, I did want to talk about JC Park and the future of Cape Coral. To be honest, I'm probably the youngest one here right now, Not to throw any shade, but it's the reality of it. And I think I'm speaking for a lot of the young people of Cape Coral. We need places like J.C. Park. I've lived in Cape for the last 18 years. I grew up going to J.C. Park. And I think that, if anything, you know, I used to be employed by the county. I worked for the county for like 2 years. And the orientation, you talk about how what brings people to Lee County is the nature. And what you're actively doing is destroying that. And obviously, we seem to care more about other things. What else do we have other than J.C. Park? 4 Mile Cove, a few parks thrown around. But the reality of it is the things that we say people come here for, we're actively pushing out. If we really want to talk about things that can benefit Cape Coral, we should talk about infrastructure. The walkability out of 100 in Cape Coral is 17. Electric buses are maybe great, but in the reality, I do agree with what he said. I don't think that's something we should look at right now. Maybe sidewalks would be pretty cool. And again, I'm a young person. I am the future of Cape Coral. I don't know if you guys realize, but younger people continue to move here. We want parks. We want places that we can take our future kids to go to. And believe me, I'm not trying to take them to a bar. And on top of that, we're going to be eroding the coastline. What's that going to do for anybody when hurricanes come? This is the future of Cape Coral. Money is cool, but longevity, I think, is way cooler, you know? And again, this is my future we're talking about. These are my potential kids' futures. Y'all are a lot older, you know? You all are. And the reality of it, it is true though, isn't it? It's unfortunate that, you know, I'm the only, like me and one other person are the only one of our age bracket here. But the reality of it is too that it's not very much broadcast. We had to join, you know, the wildlife committee to even know about this, you know? I just really hope you guys reconsider and think about it, really think about it and what the people want. And again, you'd see petitions are up to 5,000 against the J.C. Park renovations. And I would hope that you guys would put that money into things that actually matter, like infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Tretta. I live at Paradise Point Condominium Complex, adjacent to J.C. Park on the Caloosahatchee. I have a letter to read from Miss Sally Flash, who is the president of the Beach Parkway Residents Association. She unfortunately isn't in Cape Coral at this time. Someone from our group would read the letter, and I said I would do it. Now, she has a little bit of a different approach. She has been asking all of the people in our association for their input for weeks and weeks and weeks since this was brought to our attention. And she has compiled a very generous list of ideas for you. So let me see that our hearts are in the right. We'd like to work with the City Council. We do feel that perhaps the City Council has not been that forthcoming with us, but we are willing to at least work with some of the ideas that have been presented concerning the redo of J.C. Park. So this is her letter. Many of the residents who use J.C. Park surmise that City Council had no idea that this park was so popular and well used by neighbors and community. So we are sure you are surprised at the outpouring of dismay at the changes proposed, and these thoughts have been well communicated to you over the summer. Some of us think that it is time now to meet and discuss how we can all work together to change or add to the park in a way that is acceptable to most of us. Here are thoughts garnered from hundreds of emails and phone conversations I have received about the park. 1, perimeter parking. Many of us are thinking about this. Free up the interior road for kids, bikers, walkers, dogs, and make the park safer. Then the existing road would be the walkway along the river. No need for an expensive boardwalk that would be gone with the first bad storm. The road into the park would remain with parking and drop-off for the disabled. Number 2, food trucks. Food trucks are being considered by some now that we have been told that they will be on their own pads that furnish water, sewer, electric, so no generators. Maybe we could tolerate 2 food trucks to begin and see how that goes. Picnic tables in the shade are fine for patrons.
Thank you, ma'am.
No,
You can forward that to all of council if you like, if you didn't finish it.
okay, I will do that. I will
Thank you.
tell her to make sure that's
Yep,
forwarded
she
to
can
you.
send it to an email to all
All
of
right,
us.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Carl Lowe. I live at 3705 Southeast 3rd Place since 1980. I just want to say briefly that I support J.C. Parker's green. I support the old golf courses green. I support Redfish development as green. But it's only within your hearts and feelings that we're going to get these votes passed to make these things green. And it's up to you, what you want. We know the development rules, that the real estate people have an upper hand, but 75% of us want green spaces. But that doesn't matter. I'm not naive. I know you're a republic. You can vote any way you choose. But the people have spoken. We want green, and we want 3,000 acres, which the expert planner said for 400,000 people, we need 3,000 acres, and we're not even near that with 200,000 people, that goal. So please find it within your soul, your hearts, to vote for green, to make this a beautiful city and not a humdrum city like on the East Coast where I never see any green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori House-Bullock, 2723 Archer Parkway East. We live just south of the Midpoint Bridge, so we take our boat out there. And when I first moved here, and I love Cape Coral, by the way, we started out the canal, and we get to the river. And being a person that loves the environment, we're driving the boat down, and I see all these trees, not knowing they were Australian pines because I was new, and it was green. And then there were houses, 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 until you get to Redfish Point. Houses, 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 houses. And I said, what a shame for a beautiful place like this. You know, there's only a couple of places that, 4 Mile Cove. So I value the environment. And I happen to be with some of the clubs that you've been helping a lot lately. So I know it's in your heart to love the environment. Cape Coral Friends of Wildlife, we appreciate you working with us on that huge grant, and we appreciate the relief program for the utilities expansion. So I know that there's a piece of all of you that really love and care about the environment. And I just, as Carl said, I just hope when you're making these decisions, you're thinking about that. Especially because Cape Coral was pre-platted, so it was designed to be a place where there was houses, 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 houses. But you have the power to interrupt that. I was speaking to a council member once about the fact that we need more green space, and what he said was, we're not Sanibel. We're not Sanibel. I want you to think about that. I would like us to be more like Sanibel. Sanibel now is doing everything it can to put back what was there, coastal resilience and living shorelines. And unfortunately, I'm not talking about Redfish Point, but it wouldn't happen on Sanibel. Yes, we're Cape Coral, we're unique, we're different, I love it, that's why I moved here. But so when you're making these decisions, and I hope that you will listen to some of the compromises, because I think that's going to be the only way to go that are suggested. And by the way, I love J.C. Park, and it's great for bird watching. So thank you for your time, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and the Council. My name is Mark Thurmond, and I'm a fairly new resident. I moved from the DC area last year, so a new resident to Cape Coral, and we really enjoy this city. However, I'm here to represent the Cape Coral Friends of Wildlife as a board member, speaking out against the City of Cape Coral's proposal to redevelop J.C. Park. The idea of having it transformed from a quaint neighborhood park to a busy and noisy county park costing millions of dollars in taxpayer funds is in direct opposition to the neighboring community, other neighbors and residents that oppose such a development. It's simply an unwise and extravagant proposal to take a city property that is beloved by the local community and transform it into something that nobody really wants. The environmental impact to the neighboring homes and the entire community will be negatively felt for years, and the community is totally against such a move by the city. Our wildlife protection organization is in full support with this neighborhood in fighting and resisting the city's plans for such a costly and massive project, transforming it into something that is completely unwanted. There are already plans for several parks in Cape Coral on vacant lands that are ready and waiting their turn for parks to be added without having to destroy or redesign anything in these areas. It only makes sense for the city to focus its resources on these new parks and begin construction on them instead of being distracted and misguided to destroy a pleasant neighborhood park just for the sake of some politician's pleasure or some supposed progress, which isn't really progress at all. Thank you.
My name is Scott Kemp, and I live on Beach Parkway. As the Urban Land Institute's consultants report seems to be the basis and foundation for your trying to justify what you want to do to J.C. Park, I will pretty much leave my comments to that report. Principle 4, they listed 10 principles for having a city plan for Cape Coral, paid by yourselves as a consultant's report. Number 4 of those 10 was to seek additional waterfront access. You all have seemed to miss the fact that additional is the driving word. We already have waterfront access at J.C. Park. In fact, in that report, they suggested you look north of Veterans Parkway. Well, you have looked south. Now let's get to the invasive, and I hate that term, it makes it sound like they have helmets and carrying carbines or something. The invasive Australian pines. And I've asked several of the city's residents, what's so invasive? And I was given the explanation, well, because of the shade and the pine trees, the local flora can't flourish and grow. So the brilliant minds in front of me said, okay, what we'll do is cut down all those pine trees and we'll pave it over with cement and wood. I'm sure the local flowers will really flourish. In fact, in the report that you commissioned, they talked about tree shade, not only for protection of the people from the sun and the elements, but also to reduce the urban heat island. I'm not sure what that is, but I fully support it. Now, everybody says, oh, we understand how you feel, but we must justify, we can justify this because it's by statute. We have no alternative. Well, that's nonsense. Look to Zachary Taylor State Park in Key West. And everybody should go to a 208 video that you can get to on SaveOurPines.com. And you will see that they received a protection and those trees flourish today. I guess a little Hamlet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William Metz. I live here in Cape Coral. I love this city. I'm 73 years old. I live on Southeast 10th. I'm not here to express anger or anything like that. I mean, I don't know your positions, but I do. As I'm standing here, I'm looking at this young lady here. I'm looking at that man over there with the mask. This beautiful woman here with the pink dress, and what they're talking about, the things that they're saying. There's a widespread folks who are here, ages of all types, religions, I would imagine, etc., who are all speaking to you about, well, I'm here to talk about J.C. Park, I lived in Pitts. I've been here for 20 years. I lived in Pittsfield for 7 before coming here. But for 4 of those 4 years that I was living in Pittsfield, that's where I came from, Fort Myers. I lived there but before those years, I was coming across the bridge to go to J.C. Park. I could find peace there. That's really one of the things I'm talking about is peace. I found peace there. You see the families hanging out who are under the trees, by the way, because that's where the shade is. People walking up and down that one side where all the trees are, because you can't walk out where it's too hot. You take away all those trees and you put in boat slips, all those people, and I've been doing it for years. Years I've been walking in that park. You know, hundreds, if not thousands of people I have seen walking up and down that strip. That'll be gone if you take out those trees and put in boat slips. The only thing you'll be serving is people who have boats, and I can't afford one. I would imagine there are a lot of people in the town who don't have boats. It'll become hot. I saw that wonderful video of all the different things that people are doing, but it's not quite the same. At least, save those trees. Keep us, it's a peaceful place to be. History, other people have histories. I talked about people about their families going there for generations, going to that park. History. I met my wife there. I know many and spoken to many people who have gotten, I'll be honest, sober there. Many people hang out. I go there to pray. I go sit by that river in the morning to pray. I won't be able to do that if those trees are gone. It's just too darn hot. You can't do it. Especially if you have that concrete down there, it's going to get even hotter. Please, hear what we're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Joanne Harrison. I live on 20th Place in Cape Coral, right next to the park. And unlike that nice gentleman, I am here in anger. Because you, all of you, are what is wrong with the world today. You're just an average citizen elected to hold an office whose purpose is to look out for and to fulfill the needs of the people who voted for you. And now, while you may listen, you then boldly, arrogantly, and absolutely ignore our voices. How dare you presume to think you know better than us as to what we need for us and our families? We know what we want and what we need. Since it isn't our needs you're interested in filling, shouldn't you tell us whose goal you're trying to fulfill? I mean names and their affiliations with what companies. You are seriously affecting our physical, mental, and spiritual health And this gives us the right to know. J.C. Park is a treasure to us, and you're taking it. And speaking of treasures, how dare you put us millions of dollars into debt for something we do not want? This will take years to repay, cause anxiety, and negatively affect our property values. And don't tell me that our property values won't be affected and that they will go up, because that is not true. I think we deserve to be told who will benefit, since it isn't us, and we will be picking up the tab. I would also like to know why you went to an outside firm for a quote and a plan for a new park. You should have kept the $500,000 here locally. We have the talent and the knowledge and a much better feel for what would be good for us. Why did you? We would like to know. Once more, we do not want a bandstand that will cause the loss of our peace and quiet, a hideous food truck whose waste will draw every rodent there is, lots of concrete covering our soil and no shade, and a bar whose alcohol will bring with it smoking of not just cigarettes, but of every possible item that can now be smoked, and the inebriated people roaming the park amongst our children and then driving through the park in a less than good condition. We need J.C. Park to stay a friendly neighborhood park for our mental, physical, and spiritual health and well-being, and for our children. Our children need this park in its natural state. They need this now more than ever. There are not many places left
Thank you,
like
ma'am.
this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Polker. I live off of Skyline Boulevard, and I've lived here for over 20 years. I'm a lover of parks, and some things I look for in parks are walkable paths, shade, greenery, native plants and gardens. The quieter, the better. J.C. Park is on my list as one of my favorite parks in Southwest Florida. Although it's not a perfect park, what is being proposed is nowhere near what most people look for in a quiet neighborhood park. The proposed plan would mean less shade, more pavement, more carbon emissions from boats and car traffic in a neighborhood area. I believe parks are supposed to promote walking, cycling, and an appreciation of nature. The city says we have enough parks. If we have enough parks with our small sliver of nature left, then surely we have enough bars and boating activities. I do believe the money should be used for restoration, but to restore the coastline, I would find this impossible to achieve with major construction and daily boat traffic. As far as removing the shade trees, the survey response mentioned there will be no trees planted along the coast. But I would encourage everyone here to look at aerial images of the J.C. Park area from 1940 to 1950. If you care about removing these invasive trees, why are we destroying native habitat left and right? This might be an unpopular opinion, but being a nature lover and having researched heavily into habitat restoration, I do believe the Australian pine trees can be removed sustainably. I love that they provide shade, but I have seen firsthand what they can do to a local ecosystem in terms of habitat displacement. Sorry, this is hard for me. I'm very nervous. I believe the middle ground for the city and citizens of Cape Coral would be removing these trees to restore the coastline to pre-development conditions, which includes coastal native plants and trees, without the massive root system of the Australian pines providing protection against erosion. The mangroves that were present pre-development would prove to be the best native option. Many sustainable low-maintenance additions could be provided to the park with the restoration money, such as native plant gardens and native trees, which I know you want to provide. But that's about all I have to say about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Hoferhoff. I live in a condo building on the north side of J.C. Park. And I want to quote from the City of Cape Coral's website for park and recreation that states, quote, regardless of a person's age, parks are one of the few places where it all comes together. A sense of community, an appreciation of history and place, respect for nature, and good health. Cape Coral's parks are where lifetime friendships are formed, where the gap between generations is bridged, and where people discover what they have in common. How do you grow a hometown with a sense of community while conserving green spaces and waterways for generations to come? It starts in the parks, end of quote. Furthermore, there is a policy in the future land use element of the city's website stating, quote, the city will consider impacts of climate change and sea level rise when determining the appropriate future land use map classification for property within the city of Cape Coral, end of quote. It looks like there are discrepancies between above statements and the plans for JC Park. More concrete and less shade, food trucks, a bistro with a full-service bar, a bench shell with live entertainment, 156 plus parking spaces, 24 boat slips. That means that a quiet neighborhood park will be turned into an amusement park for the benefit of who? I cannot see that consumption of junk food, alcohol, and loud music and spending time walking on a shadeless boardwalk will create a sense of community and shows respect for nature and good health. Please take all the points that the city has stated as the essence of a neighborhood park into consideration and improve the park by adding more green spaces, trees, shady areas, and points for gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Linda Sather, and I live right next to the park on the north side, right where you want to put a parking lot, a bandstand, a bathroom, and all kinds of other nice things for us to look at there. But it's not about us living in the condo next to the park. It's about everyone in Cape Coral who needs a green space. There are going to be consequences for the type of activities you want to have there. Just for instance, the splash pad you want for children, it sounds lovely, but if you haven't been able to maintain the park the way it is today, how can you maintain a splash pad that has to be cleaned on a daily basis to prevent children from getting severe fungal infections and bacterial infections on a regular basis? How are you going to afford to keep the police coming in all the time with drunkenness going on in the park? And also with the food trucks, there are going to be rodents, like someone pointed out. Are you going to put down pesticides that are going to kill our dogs as we walk by? It's not fair. It's not what the people want. There are 8 of you, but we've gathered 5,000 signatures that I'm sure you have seen in protest. And with global warming the way it is today, I mean, you don't have to come to the park. You know it's hot. You know that if you stand under a tree, there is some relief, and you want to take away our trees. What we need is more trees in the park. We need maintenance. The logs that are laying there are molded and rotten. It looks very unkempt, and it is an embarrassment sometimes how unkempt it is. But if you just work with what we have, give us more plants, make it a green space, make it an oasis, it would be a wonderful place that you could be very, very proud of. We have so many construction sites in Cape Coral. The yacht club isn't finished. There are other projects that are not finished. Don't mess up this one too. It will be years that we will be living in construction for something we don't want. And this young lady's grandchildren are going to have to continue paying for it when all of us are gone. So that's not fair. So what we want is an oasis, and I understand that you want more people to come, but with the amount of people you have decided should be coming to the park, the 156 parking lots, most people don't drive there alone. They have someone with them. And also, people don't boat alone. So you could end up with 500 people in 8 acres. What are you going to do? Where are they going to walk?
And also EMS has to get there because they're going to have heat strokes on this wonderful, beautiful walkway that is going to look so great on pictures if somebody can stand there long enough to do a selfie because they're suffocating in the heat. I mean, it doesn't make sense to any of us. I don't understand why it makes sense to you. I mean, it looks beautiful on pictures, but the best thing you can do for the community and for us is to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Pagano Westgate. I live at 4321 Southeast First Ave in Cape Coral. I don't live at J.C. Park, but I've spent years there. Good things start at the parks. A sense of community. I think you would all agree, and everyone here. Earlier this year, my mother passed away. When our family chose a place to do a sunrise memorial in her name, we chose J.C. Park. You see, it was a special place to my mom. She walked, sorry. It means a lot. She walked there daily in the park for wellness, to see and greet and others, to meet new people, to see neighbors, to talk, to commiserate, to feel a sense of community. This park is important to so many people for daily activity. As a PT in the community for over 20 years, I see that. And even more evident today, 3 years post-COVID, and I'm not trying to get into politics. These parks, the places where people walk and stay active, is so important. I see that day in, day out. Evaluating, treating patients across the board, no matter what their political views, right? Okay, this is about activity and staying healthy, body and mind. So I'll go on with so people use this park on a daily basis. They may not be able to afford or want a gym membership. Some people live alone, and they live alone in a place where so J.C. Park or other parks are a place where they can see their peers and talk to neighbors, walk their dogs, have a conversation about current events, feel that sense of community. Many local organizations have annual walks, as we heard already. A variety of events, fundraisers, including head and not limited to, we already heard, the Head and Neck Cancer Run and Walk, the formerly the Lifeline, now is Thrive. J.C. Park is also a place where people can come together and support one another in their daily walk with sobriety. J.C. Park is an asset to this community and neighborhood, and where, God bless you, where many families and their friends come to use the park and the resources, including the shade, for meeting the place like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, church youth groups. In the past, my kids have gone there for many years. Just because you see these changes as positive does not mean that they're positive for all people. Thank you.
Jason Pym, I'm a lifelong resident of District 1. A few things to consider for the direction of the park. It was interesting to read that this project began with discussing adding boat slips, but now is being pressed forward without really knowing what marine improvements will be feasible or permitted. It seems like we're getting the cart before the horse. Personally, I would support improvements to the playgrounds, restrooms, pavilions, trees, at J.C. Park, but it's hard to justify many of the other ideas that risk transforming the character of the park and the neighborhood while costing us so much. The amenities of our park should be designed around the programs that our Parks and Rec department want to implement. There are plenty of restaurants and bars nearby. There's no need to design commercial uses in our public spaces that we already own and operate. Less than a mile away, there's a private business building waterfront food truck park and dock slips. Let them incur those costs and the risk, not us taxpayers. As you consider the proposals, please think of our families and club events in District 1. We're now looking at the Yacht Club and J.C. Park being torn up at the same time. My kids are 12 and 15. That's looking like these parks will be under construction for much of their remaining childhood in Cape Coral. It's sad, and it's avoidable. With all the other things our city needs to accomplish, it's hard to understand why we go out of our way to borrow $12 million for this project. Trim it down, keep it simple, make some sensible upgrades, that would be fine. I've heard some council members trying to focus on positive feedback only. But consider that sometimes an idea simply isn't all that good or popular, and you have all these people here, your constituents, to back you up to say no to certain things. Please avoid taking out new debt for this proposal. We're already so far behind and over budget on the other park projects, it just doesn't make sense right now. Improvements can be made to J.C. Park without taking the two most beloved parks in Southeast Cape under construction at the same time and saddling taxpayers and our kids and grandchildren with additional debt. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning. Kathleen Lopez. I live on Beach Parkway. Cape Coral's own master plan states the number one thing our city residents want is more neighborhood parks, not cheap commercial enterprises in the middle of a high-density, quiet residential area. No one thinks food trucks and a bar as upgrades. They are downgrades to our peninsula. The same master plan notes the most common type of park will be the neighborhood park that meets residents' basic recreation, fitness, and social needs in a warm, inviting environment within walking distance from their homes within 1 service mile. J.C. Park fits all those criteria already. No need to change it. I walk there 2 miles almost every day for the last 16 years. We have walking paths, picnic areas by the water under our delightful shade of our Australian pine trees, which also hold our town, our peninsula's ground during the last 3 hurricanes. They provide beautiful backdrop for baby, family, and wedding photos. We have playground, exercise equipment, small game areas, memorial benches throughout the park in honor of our friends and family who love that park and have passed on. We have grills, pavilions for family and business celebrations, picnics by the water's edge, all along the water's edge, AA meetings or small band performances. We have large areas for craft shows, car shows, plant shows, running races. We have large parking area for special events. When not in use, this large grassy area is used daily for running with dogs, playing ball with parents, dog training, self-defense courses, dance rehearsals, flying kites, and the occasional overnight camping that is sponsored by our city. If you Google Cape Coral, you will find that it is a city known for its many canals, and according to Wikipedia and TravelSafe, it is known as the Venice of America. They state Cape Coral lacks the concrete landscape found in most cities. Instead, its residents have easy access to the Gulf, wonderful waterfront living, and are surrounded by nature that the city is dedicated to preserving. Was this false? Is this false advertising on our city's part? The City Council should focus its attention on keeping the positives this city has in favor instead of destroying our natural areas. Since Hurricane Ian, we no longer have a beach, fishing pier, or our historic yacht club. Many of our neighborhood parks have been destroyed but not rebuilt. You are now planning to destroy the only historical site in our entire town, the Yacht Club building and ballroom. Why don't you focus your attention on bringing back these areas? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ann Birchtold. I live in Cape Coral. Oh, is that for me?
No, go ahead, man.
That's exciting.
3 minutes are quick around here.
I know, right? So over the months, there have been various meetings where residents, like those assembled here this morning, have protested vigorously against the destruction of J.C. Park. There's no other word to use but destruction. Several weeks ago, early in the morning, a morning show host reminisced about taking his young son to J.C. Park, where they leisurely walked against the backdrop of the shoreline, watching animals, looking at waves cascading over the rocks, and I thought, well, that'll be the last time any child does that. Now we're going to be treated to a wonderful boardwalk. There'll be no trees, plenty of concrete, plenty of heat. The council has very cleverly, I've got to give it to you all, hidden behind environmental concerns, classifying the Australian pines as invasive. What were they 30 years ago? They were just Australian pines. Those pines, the roots of which link together and have helped our shoreline withstand Hurricane Charlie, Irma, Ian. So we have a shoreline now that's fully still maintained. And I've got to also give it to you, it's very clever not to maintain those trees. That's really good. Now everybody says, oh, it's tired. It's such a tired park. Well, how about making it untired? The changes that you propose, the concrete jungle that you want to erect, is going to really leave us with an environmental nightmare and a visual nightmare. It's visually unpleasant and environmentally unpleasant. The concrete will end up corroding, and who's going to maintain all of this? It seems as though all of our protests have fallen on deaf ears. Please don't tell us and insult us that we're operating out of fear. We're way past that. We are operating from a position of knowledge. We've got our background knowledge. The money, as countless people have said this morning, will be far better spent on maintaining J.C. Park, keeping it as it is, so that this young lady and other young people who go to the park and people before us did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council, Mayor, Council, people. I apologize for being late. I was stuck at the intersection of Averill and Del Prado, still waiting for a traffic light. And then I hear $500,000 spent on what I say at Mercola was beautiful. I've been to some state-of-the-art trade shows, and I'm talking the top 500 Fortune 500 companies didn't represent that well. An AI presentation, I'd love to see an AI presentation of pedestrian walkways throughout our areas where kids can walk to school at Diplomat. I'm slowing down going 15. There's no sidewalks. How do these kids get to school? They walk through the grass. No, they get driven. Parents stand in line and more gas gets wasted. How about pathways through, I live in Gator Circle, pathways through that 6.6 miles. Hop on a bicycle. Get a golf cart, it's electric. I guess they want that for the future. But trees, great, they're not indigenous, but neither are most of us. I think our job is to keep this city and keep this place beautiful. 7th in the country, how proud should we be? I'll tell you how proud. I bought in 2011. I've got some good reason to love this place and stay here. It's called equity. My equity goes away when y'all keep on cutting down my trees, and I've stood on this bully pulpit before crying over trees. I don't want to have to do it again. Let's focus our money and choose, if you will, how many people are still trying to recover their house from Ian? It's all about priorities. Spend the money where we need it. Sidewalks, pedestrian pathways. I'd love to take my bicycle to my health club that's 2 miles away, but I have to ride them. I have to drive my car, so everything's car. Let's find a way to make this city a fun place where you exercise and want to be healthy. Taking away places. I brought people to those AA meetings before. It's beautiful. You're not going into some dark room to talk about how horrible you feel. You're watching the sunrise on a Sunday morning. There's nothing. Nobody can take that away. And I'd like to see some people that got sober there and have stayed sober there, because it's about humanity. It's about the trees. It's about the environment and keeping Cape Coral the place we all love. And I've talked to my councilwoman. Everybody knows my passion about trees, but there's a reason. And I'll tell you, this year, it's been so hot, I just look for a tree. I don't know about y'all, but let's focus on infrastructure. And I really would like a traffic signal at Averill and Del Prado before more people get killed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suzanne Lammerts. I live at 4120 Southeast 19th Place, which is 1 block from the park. You've seen me on almost every newscast because I'm the first one there every single morning, and they always seem to grab me. I'm there every evening. I spend 2 hours or more every morning and every night walking my dog, sitting under the pine trees, enjoying the water and the shade. I'm 75 years old. I live in a concrete bunker because that's exactly what our condos are. There's no natural light that comes in them, little small windows. I need to get out and be able to see people and enjoy myself. I don't understand why you want to spend all our money taking away this precious gem that we have. You want to put Cape Coral on the map? Go to the northwest section, put in a full-size beach, and take the people away from Fort Myers Beach. We don't have to go over the bridges to go to Sanibel. We don't have to drive over the bridge to go to Fort Myers Beach. Give us a full-size beach. You watch the people migrate here and all the tax dollars that go with it. The restaurants will pop up and put up their own piers for boats to come in. That's something that I'll vote for. But taking away our little neighborhood park, you seem to think that the neighborhood doesn't matter. The neighborhood does matter. This is a senior citizen community there. This is our enjoyment. During the day, we get to talk and walk in the shade. The shade is a key factor. I can't even walk my dog from my house to the park. I roll her there so that I can take her out to put her in the shade to walk along the roadside. It's too hot to walk back. I got to put her back in the cart, roll her back home again. And you want to take all the shade away and put solid cement. And you say, we're going to walk our dogs along the solid cement in 110-degree heat index. Hello. We need the shade. The trees make the shade. The shade is the whole thing. You're going to plant trees, a little teeny tree here, a little teeny tree there. We need 40-foot trees to create shade. When you walk down that road, no matter what time of day, the pines shade this direction, the other end of the day, that shade in this direction. It's solid shade all day long, and you want to take it all gone. It doesn't make sense. Give us a beach. Give these people someplace else to be a destination. Bring the tax dollars in with a destination. This isn't going to increase our tax dollars. It's just going to take away the quality of life of the people that live in that community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Joe Mazurkis, President of BJM Consulting, here to talk about another issue before I address the beach, J.C. Park at Beach Parkway. First of all, a little history about the Pine Island Road District, Planning District. In 2002, when it was developed as an initiative started by the Cape Coral Council for Progress, and we did a master plan for that area. The outcome of that master plan was the district. When we sent the district to the state, they came back and gave us limitations. Nobody in the city wanted limitations. Nobody requested the limitations. It was a result of the lack of infrastructure at the time. So you need to know that as a basis as to why it was there and why it no longer needs to be there. I also want to say that in recommendations, your last slide on the PowerPoint, there's no one solution to this issue. Removed identified developed areas from Pine Island Road, the existing residential, but only ones that are developed. If you take out undeveloped properties, you're going to be taking away property rights, potential property rights. You're going to be hit with Burt Harris Acts. So take away the fully developed properties that are already residential. Initiate the tax amendment to adjust the residential cap. You're making the same mistake with your limitations of 35% that we did when we did this way back then. We developed and did comp plan amendments, which is a future look at existing uses. We built it on existing infrastructure. The state did. Let's not do that anymore. Let's not make that mistake anymore. Let's develop on the fact that you're getting ready to 6-lane Pine Island Road. Let the increase fulfill the future fulfillment of that 6-lane thoroughfare throughout the whole city. So an increase greater than 35% is reasonable. Removing all the other caps and then specifically exempting vertically integrated mixed use sounds like a great idea. On the East Coast, they've done this type of things. You know what that developed? It developed high condos with first floor vacant buildings because there is no vertically integrated mixed use that works in the 21st century. Only in downtown residential areas does it work. So don't be limited to just one suggestion, go multiple suggestions. At one time, I was a young person, believe it or not. In my early 20s, a member of the JCs that got JC Park named JC Park. I was with them when we cut the original deal with the city. When we got it named for JC Park, I helped build the 2 first shade shelters there and cut the original walking paths. That was only done as the city committed to JC's would only make that a development to be a neighborhood park. It would not be a community park. Don't change what 50 years has not ever changed. Let it stay the way it was developed originally. It has history. It's worked really well. And it is a neighborhood park. And it's not going to ever be a community park no matter how many food trucks and other things you try to stick on it. It just doesn't work. It doesn't have the access to be a community park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Washburn. I'm with the Beach Parkway Association Board, and I do live on Beach Parkway. I didn't really plan anything. I didn't think I'd be speaking today, but I feel in my heart I have to because it's broke. I feel sick to my stomach about what's going on to our park. We, as a group, and retirees that border Beach Parkway and the extending streets, we moved here for a reason, for the quiet, for the park, that we can interact by walking. Some people can't drive anymore. Some are widows, some are widowers. They go there to interact, walk their dogs. The benefits of this park to us is more than you'll ever understand because we live here. We love Beach Parkway and JC Park. We know now how much traffic we have going up and down Beach Parkway with just our residents and service trucks, everybody maintaining their property. Sally Flash and Al Wheeler have been on the board for years and have done many things to improve our peninsula. Tell me how many peninsulas in Cape Coral do you see that looks like the one on Beach Parkway? I challenge you to name me more than one. But what I do know is our minds are open, but more than that, our eyes are open, and we see what's going on here. We don't know the answer because nobody's told us yet. We've asked the question, why? Why would you want to dismantle this wonderful park and make it a destination? It's not a destination, it's a park, it's nature. We don't need bistros, a fancy name for a bar. We don't need food trucks. We have restaurants. Food trucks can go anywhere. What we need is we've worked hard all of our lives to get here. You're looking at the seniors of Cape Coral, and we plan on holding the line here. Please answer the people. Why? Why that we can't be flexible and work with the residents to find out what the true need of this park is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Dickerson, and I live at 4112 Southeast 20th Place, very close to JC Park. Someone wrote more eloquently than I could speak about what we're trying to do today, and I would like to share that with you. Some of you that are my age or older will recognize this right away. They paved Paradise, and they put up a parking lot with a pink hotel, boutique, and a swinging hotspot. Don't it always seem to know that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They've paved Paradise, and they put up a parking lot. They took all the trees, and they put them in a tree museum. And they charged all the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They've paved Paradise, and they put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll conclude our 60 minutes of community input. I'll open it up for council for any discussion.
Mayor? Sorry. One more. I was in line, sorry.
Come on up. You'll be the last person.
Appreciate it. Good morning. My name is Thor Milewski. I am on the board of the Ocean Isle Riverview Condo Association, right next to the park. First of all, I want to thank most of you for being at the 9/11 memorial the other morning. It was a really great event. Every morning I walk my dog, Teddy, named after Theodore Roosevelt, my favorite president, conservationalist, and I speak to my neighbors. And one of the biggest issues, I think, with this entire thing is the transparency. Every time an issue is brought up, I hear the response as being something coercion related, where they complain about traffic and you talk about taking away the bike path. That being said, I brought a couple books for you to read. One is Influence. It talks about the difference between influence and coercion. On a second note, the main intent of, and I think the core message here today, is conservation. These parks are great because they are mostly in their natural state. I know Cape Coral, is a unique situation where, we've done a lot of dredging and things like that, but as everybody here said today, a lot of the things that are proposed completely go against the idea of conservation. And I also work for a developer. I understand. I think that we tend to fixate on, or developers tend to fixate on improvement as being something where we have to put concrete and we have to build and we have to keep building, essentially. And I think that's become the trend in our area. Being a Floridian, it's really sad. I had a conversation with my broker the other day about it. He's also a Floridian. And to see the amount of development that's happened in this area, and kind of thinking of, being developers, being cognizant of that and how it tends to run away. Another book I have for you that I think should be a must read for anybody coming here is A Land Remembered. And I'll leave that here, or send a copy to your offices. But in a time when we're in this rapid phase of growth, I think that the most important thing we could do is to think in the opposite and think of improvement as not necessarily just building, but doing things like planting more trees or conserving the parks that we have in a manner that will respect that ideal of conservation. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Citizens' input is now closed. Is there any council discussion on citizens' input? Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, all of you, for coming out today. I wanted to, someone brought forward the electric buses. From my understanding, I think it was brought forward to talk about, and I believe the recommendation is we're not going to probably move forward with that. So I know I'm not in favor for it, just so you guys are clear of that. Also, the lady that was talking about that was at Cape Coral Wildlife, that you had to find out through this. If you go on our website, capecoral.gov, all the information's there, so you can follow what's going on the agenda, what we're going to be talking about, like today, so you have more of awareness. Plus, we're also on social media too, so you can kind of go back and watch the meetings. And I want to share this to all of you for J.C. Park. We are all hearing you, and I want you to know that. And I want to thank you for coming out and sharing your story of why you love J.C. Park so much. So I just want you to know that I've heard you, okay? Thank you.
Any other council discussion? The only thing I'd like to say is thank you for coming out. J.C. Park, as you all have seen, we're in the process of having a discussion on that particular park, doing the design. We allocated $800,000 in this fiscal year for that particular design. And we are moving forward in that regard. There will be several other opportunities for community input. But One thing that I want to, and I think probably talk on behalf of majority of the council that's here, I think that we always are looking at the city as a whole in any decisions that we make. We represent all the citizens of Cape Coral, the 215,000 plus. You know, you take today, for instance, I counted, there's about 60 citizens in this room.
Can't hear you.
Sure. There's about 60 citizens that came here today, and probably about 21, 22 of you made comments. I think, you know, for me personally, I look at what's in the best interest of the city as a whole in any decision, whether it's J.C. Park or any other topic that we're going to talk about. So, you know, if you take the 5,000 petitioners that you say that you've collected so far, and we get that information, that's about 2.3% of the population here in Cape Coral. And I'm not trying to minimize your input, I'm just trying to put it in a perspective. So I think this process will continue to move forward. We will invite community input to see where, and we don't know, you know, the one woman had mentioned that we don't know the answer yet. The 8 of us don't know the answer yet because we're still going through the process. We still even haven't had a discussion once the design is completed, and we will as a council. So when you say you don't know the answer, I don't think the 8 of us up here know the answer yet either.
Then stop.
So once we get a little further in the process, once we get some more community input, at some point we will have a discussion, the 8 people that are elected. This isn't an open conversation, ma'am. So I just want to put it in perspective. You know, we're still moving forward. I don't know where we're going to end up. I can tell you for me personally, and I had a meeting the other day with 2 of the individuals that are in this room. For me personally, I've always said, and I will continue to say, we have to make sure we fulfill our 2018 Parks Go bond obligation first. That's me personally. I want to make sure that we fulfill what we said we were going to do first. Then, for me personally, then we can look at outside of that scope of work to see where else do we want to improve in our park system. There may be some elements of the J.C. Park design that I'm not in favor of, and I expressed that with the 2 individuals that represent many of you the other day. And I had said to another individual that I spoke to yesterday, for me, before we take a second bite of the apple, we have to make sure that we completely chew the first bite of the apple, and that's the 2018 Go bond. That's for me. At some point, collectively, by a majority vote of this council, we'll make whatever that decision is moving forward. Moving on to the electric buses and other, you know, we have 8 topics here to talk about today. And I know a majority of the community knows the only way that we can formalize a decision on how we want to move forward collectively as a council is to have these discussions. Just because it's in the agenda doesn't mean that's something that we're going to support. That's why we're here today. We're going to have that discussion. And I'll leave my comments once we get to the electric buses. If you look at Redfish Point, that process, that particular property owner has property rights. They can go through a legitimate process. At some point, that will get to this council to have a discussion and a vote. We're not there yet. I appreciate all the input from the community, and I'm sure we'll get more input for the community. But by Florida statute, there's a defined process that particular property owner can go through, and that they're doing. Agree with that project, whether I agree with that project or any other individual, there's a process in place, and by statute, we have to go through that process, and we will. And at some point, we'll make a decision, but that decision time isn't here yet, just like the J.C. Park decision time isn't here today. But I appreciate your input. I appreciate you coming today, and I'm sure we'll have additional input before this council has a discussion on exactly what we will or will not do with J.C. Park, Redfish Point, or any other project with the yacht club, with the remaining parks that we have to complete. So there's going to be more discussions to come. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo a couple comments. One is that I appreciate all of the input we get, that not only here during public comment, but through all the emails that you send in. Many of those emails are simply positions that you share with us. For those that don't know, that input that you give to us through emails and through here in public comment, unless the 8 of us are at this table, we can't discuss that. Based on sunshine laws in the state, we can't talk behind these scenes about those emails that you send to us and about the public comment that you give us. It all has to be done here, and so that's the importance of these meetings. Many people on many occasions after public comment in these meetings, whether it be our committee of the whole meetings or our regular meetings, after public comment, many times much of the public leaves and don't actually hear the conversation that then occurs. And so especially on the electric bus issue, I'd encourage you to stay today. And just to reiterate what the mayor said, just because it's on the agenda doesn't mean it's something that we are approving that day. It's something that we get to discuss that day that we can't discuss privately outside of this meeting. So thank you for being here today, not only on the issues that you brought, but to be here to participate and hear about all the issues, about all of the things that are going on around the city. And it was stated during public comment, yeah, there is a lot going on in the city. It's something that we don't have a choice on. When you're 120 square miles with 215,000 people, there's a lot going on all the time. We can't deal with things in just one issue at a time and then move on to another issue. So thank you for your comments. Thank you for your emails. I do my best. If you ask for information that you don't know where to get, or you look for help on an issue at your residence or in your neighborhood, I do the best I can to reply to you. But on many of the just position points that you send, understand that I certainly take them in. I take notes during public comment so that I have all those comments to refer to. And each one of us meets every week with the city manager where we can discuss our thoughts on the input that you are providing to us. But this is the venue where we can share them amongst each other. And so I just wanted to let you know that your comments are not falling on deaf ears. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments from any council members, we'll move on to item 4B, discussion. B1, electric vehicle presentation. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have AJ who's going to present on the electric vehicles, our fleet manager. But the first 19 slides were basically background from previous discussions. So if you would like, we could go right to the conclusion and recommendations to save some time from.
Yeah, I think we've all reviewed probably the presentation, so that's fine.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. AJ Forbes, Fleet Manager for the city. This was all just informational follow-up that was provided. As you can see, we had done a study from the CSC Consulting, and he did have some recommendations on bringing in electrical vehicles in small amounts as tests, and some level 2 chargers at Fleet Facility and City Hall. And then our recommendation, if we go to the next slide, is pretty much the same things. Level 2 chargers, but at City Hall, the North Plant, Everest, and the new Fleet Facility. And we would look at small vehicles that would not do a lot of miles, because that way we can use the charge for what usage we use. And then we would also get, for further on down the line, get with capital improvements to ensure that the new city buildings will incorporate EV chargers as we move forward. Those are our recommendations at this time, unless you want to go and look at anything else.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, so with the conclusion of the analysis and investigation basically determined that to move into electric vehicles for the heavy equipment and buses was not beneficial at the time. So our recommendation, if anything, is to look at maybe putting a couple of pedestals in a couple locations. 3 of them I think were specifically mentioned, and look to see if we wanted to convert any of our vehicles that we use, the smaller ones, to try to get mechanics trained, get some equipment in place, start off smaller. But that's our recommendation at this point, circling back to the EV buses, is to not do it.
Mr. City Manager, the 3 charging stations, the level 2 charging stations that you mentioned, do we have a cost for those particular charging stations?
I believe AJ does.
It's in...
I see the calls for the level 3.
I think it's on the bus part section.
Yeah, 20,876 for each charging station. So for the infrastructure needed for is that 20,876, is that complete?
No, sir, that's the actual charger.
That's the charger, and then we still have to put in the
electrical and everything.
Infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
So what would be an approximate, total of 100,000 for the 3?
I don't know what electrical, depends where you put it, because if you go to a level 2 charger, you need 240 volt, and I don't know, you'd have to get facilities to look into what power is able to supply.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if you would like us to explore, this was just to circle back on the buses. It's been a while. We were planning on doing it in the fall, but then with the hurricane it was delayed, and then there were several other pressing matters. So I know it's been some time since we had the presentation late last year. If you would like us to do more analysis on the electric vehicle for small vehicles, we could do that and then bring that back at a later time.
Yeah, for me personally, I agree with the electric buses. I don't think that's a direction that at this point in time, since we don't have the infrastructure in place, for me, I would at this time recommend continuing with the diesel buses. As far as a pilot program, I'll call it, for smaller electric vehicles, I'd like to see what you have in mind, what the cost is going to be, how much is it going to cost for the infrastructure, what's the cost of the vehicles compared to a gas vehicle, hiring additional mechanics or training for our existing mechanics. My understanding, none of our mechanics are trained in electric vehicles now. So if we're going to establish a pilot program, I'd like to see a complete breakdown. Number one, what you're planning, how many vehicles, what the cost is, what the cost savings may be over a period of time, and then bring that data back so then we can make a better informed decision. So that's where I'm at on it. Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that was to my point. I think the city manager had addressed where I was headed, was that the discussion based on those questions was outside of the parameters of this specific issue. I think in that vein, though, those are great questions and ones that I also am interested in knowing. But I also don't want to have staff waste too much time on that or pay tens of thousands of dollars to some consultant to tell us. I think it's as simple in this matter as looking to our neighbors to the north. I believe Ponta Gorda has installed some city infrastructure at their city facilities for electric, and I believe have converted some of their fleet. I would be okay with some of that information right out of the gate rather than spending several man hours and consultant fees to tell us something that we can get with a phone call from couple miles up north. The buses, we've already done this, so I don't want to waste too much time. I have no interest in being a pioneer in that industry. My comments last time regarding this are the same. I think we look again to surrounding examples. Lee-Tran is in the business of busing. That's literally their sole business at this point, or the significant portion of it. And it's my understanding they did a study recently, probably more than one, and came to the same conclusion that the electric buses are not a great idea. So I would defer to them rather than, again, wasting staff time to continue to pursue this. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo those remarks. I think a city of our size certainly should be looking at ways in which we can help the environment through the use of electric vehicles, but to launch into school buses and the magnitude of that without having people that are trained to maintain them and all that goes along with a project of that size, I don't think that's right for us at this point. But I do agree that we should take a look at what it would take to, if you will, dip our toe in the water and look at some of the smaller vehicles and see what that will all involve and the speed with which we can get people prepared to maintain them, and then certainly take the best practices of other counties or cities that are using more of a mass transit reliant on electric, or their larger vehicles, heavy duty vehicles required in maintaining the city electric. I think we use their best practices and test it just more from on a minor way.
Councilmember Welsh.
Yeah, basically I'm going to say the same thing as the council members before me, just a little bit more. I'm very encouraged the fact that a lot of the new parks are putting in the infrastructure underneath for electric, and I want to continue doing that for the future, where whether it not be us putting these charging stations in right now, in 10 years from now, if that's the next thing, I don't want us to have to rip up what we just fixed to fix it again. So I'm more into building the infrastructure and then let things develop as they are. I'm also in favor of a pilot program, getting some city vehicles, lighter use, get the mechanics trained, get people more familiar, because I only think the electric technology is going to be getting better as it's emerging, and being ahead of the game instead of trying to retroactively go back and rip up a brand new parking lot to put in the substructure and electrical things that we need. Is only going to cost more in the future. So preparing ahead is one thing I'm definitely for. But as far as the buses go, I think it's been said. I don't think that is a cost savings or anything that's going to be good for the city. So thank you.
Councilmember Shepherd.
Yes, to citizens here and also watching at home, this is a perfect example of ideas being brought forth to the city and to council, and we have to vet them. We have to do research, and you're experiencing that right now. So a year ago, I was a fan of this, but after all the research that we've done, I've learned that it's not a good idea. I don't think the technology is there yet. There's positives in the technology for sure. But there's a lot of negatives as well, and I don't think we're there yet. I would not be for investing in electric buses. So, but like I said, I want to use this situation as an example. When you hear subjects come up that you're not tickled pink about, it's our job, unfortunately, that when ideas come up and things are brought forward, we have to do the research and vet them. That's our job. So. I will not be for investing in electric vehicles at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Cosden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to echo what everyone has said. I think we need to take baby steps. I think it's the way of the future, but we don't need to be pioneers. I think Councilmember Long said that. We can get data from other communities that have done this without spending a ton of money on consultants. And we should keep laying the groundwork as we're doing now. Thank you.
Don't see any other lights on, Mr. City Manager. You got the direction that you need?
I do, thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next topic, then 4B2, J.C. Park Public Forum Update.
Assistant City Manager Connie Barron will present this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Connie Barron, Assistant City Manager. I want to provide council with a report from our first real public involvement effort regarding the J.C. Park. We had said at the beginning, and you had mentioned on several occasions too when we first started talking about J.C. Park, that this was an initial concept, that there would be other opportunities to provide feedback. So we started with this initial concept and took it to the community and then scheduled a public forum, and then we also conducted a community survey. So I wanted to provide City Council with the results and some information from those efforts. So we held the forum at the Mercola Market on Thursday, on August the 31st. It was from 2 to 6 p.m. We had topic-related stations throughout the area, and they were staffed by city employees as well as some representatives from Pannoni who did the design for us, or at least the concept. We had the concept video running on a loop there, so as people came in, they could stop and watch it. It was only a little over 2 minutes, so it didn't take much of their time if they wanted to just to view that. We also, in advance of the open house, we developed a FAQ set of questions. We addressed some of the questions that we had been receiving or hearing about from the residents. That included we just provided information on general topics, timelines and financials. We also had specific answers to questions regarding the Australian pines, shade and heat, traffic, noise, environmental impacts, and other concerns, as well as the memorial benches. We distributed feedback cards to everyone who entered and attended. And we had about 217 residents who came through during that 4-hour period. So the community feedback, the cards that we handed out, we did get quite a few returned to us with comments. We had 244 written comments submitted. Of course, we only had 217 participants, so we did have to sort of adjust the numbers because it was pretty clear that there were some, you can see by the handwriting that some people were submitting some of the same comments more than once. So once we basically adjusted the data, we categorized it in 3 different categories. Those who oppose, those that support or partially support, and then those who just provided some questions. So overall, if you can see, those who opposed that were there that day, there were 136 or 63% of the people that came to the forum. Those who support or partially supported it were 25%, and those who submitted questions were 12%. And those questions I'm going through and going to provide responses, and we'll update the frequently asked questions that we currently have on the website as well. When you look at the feedback that was provided that was under the partially support, some of the categories of concern or focus that was stated on those cards, there was the one that had the most dislike was the parking on the north end. Then there was those who did not like the band shell, some that just wanted the band shell moved from the north end to the south end. Some suggested keeping the existing trees, while others suggested adding more shade trees. Some of them disliked the bar, just boat docks disliked, and food trucks. Some want a dog park, a beach, a kiosk, and another one suggested a rubber walkway. Moving to the J.C. Park Community Survey. We developed the survey and we wanted to get input from the community on various proposed amenities. We wanted to see what kind of trees, for example, shade trees, signature trees. If you were going to have a bistro, what would you want it to look like? If there are food trucks there, what would be some of your favorite food choices? Do you have some preference for other shade options? In the family activity area, what type of yard games might you want to have? The splash pad, a couple of different designs there. Which did you prefer? We're talking about doing a dog cooling station there. We gave a couple of different options for that. And then trail markers and pathway lights. The attendees at the open house had the opportunity to select amenities on display boards using some Post-it stickers. And then, as I said, we created that online version as well, and we released that ahead of the open house so that those who were not able to attend could also provide their feedback. So on the J.C. forum at the open house, the in-person survey results, there was very low participation, and I think that there was probably a couple of reasons for that. As I noted, initially 63% of the folks who were there opposed the project, probably. And then there also was the fact that we released the community survey online ahead of time, so they did have the opportunity to go online and fill out their choices before the open house. But those who did supply selections to us, again, you see the categories that we have. On shade trees, the number one selection was the gumbo limbo. And then the number two selection was the buttonwood, which tied also with the tamarind. The signature tree, the number one was the specimen ficus. And the second choice was the Royal Point sienna. Now for the signature trees, those are trees that we're looking at. You won't see a huge quantity of those. There would be one of each. You would have a location where you'd have a Royal Point sienna and another location where you would have a specimen ficus. On the bistro design, the top choice on that one was the oceanic view. The food choices on this one, the group there wanted healthy, and then basically burgers were number two. Other shade sails and umbrellas were suggested. Yard games, cornhole was the number one, and then the chess was the number two. The splash pad, we had a flat splash pad similar to what they have at Cape Christian, and we also had one that had other features to it, a larger one. So with this, the ones who attended the open house, their selection was for the flat one. The dog cooling station, this group preferred the hydrant, the cooling station. There's a more elaborate one that has more features as well. There's two choices. On the pathway lights and the trail markers, the preference was to keep those at the ground level. For the J.C. Park, for the community survey, for the online results, we had 1,495 submissions. With those 1,495, there were 1,069 with comments. The participants in the amenity choices, those who went through and actually did selections, we had 959, and that represents 64% of the participants. Those who participated in the amenity choices and provided comments, there were 533. Those who participated in the amenity choices with no comments, 426. Those who participated providing comments only and didn't select any amenities, that was 536. And that goes back to, we had someone who came up during citizens' input and said when they went on there, they said that all we had was the amenity choices, which was not correct. You did not have to select any of the amenity choices. There was a comment box down at the bottom where they could say they don't like it, or or certain things that they do like. So that's where you see on B, where you have the participants that provided comments. They made their selections and also provided additional comments. There were 533, while there were 536, or 36% of the participants overall provided no amenity choices and just comments. So a couple of overall assumptions that can be made on this. First of all, those who participated in the amenity choices, which is B, the 959, they either support or partially support the project. And those who provided comments only, number C, those 536, they opposed the project because they made no selection at all. They went right through and just immediately made comments. So when we break down those who participated in the selections, so those who participated, some of the assumptions in the survey choices with no comments, 426. We assume support because they provided no contrary comments. Those who participated in the survey choices and provided comments, you can assume varying degrees of support. They either support the project, many support the project, some support most of the changes but not all of them, and some support only a few of the changes. So how do we really basically drill into that a little bit further to find out what the ones who have some level of support actually do support? So we can assume a level of support based on the number of participants in each amenity category. As I mentioned before, you don't have to make a selection in every single category that was there. You can skip whatever category that you did not have a preference for. If you're uninterested or you're opposed, the participant could skip, as I said, the specific amenity. Everything was optional. And by choosing to make a selection, the participant is assumed to be generally supportive of the amenity. That you wouldn't make the selection if you did not support it. So when we take a look at this, you have out of 959 participants. Shade trees, we had 951 make a selection in there. And it's very consistent with what occurred at the forum as well. The number one selection was the native gumbo limbo. But in this case, the number two selection was the native red maple. For the signature trees, the specimen ficus and the royal poinciana were again number two, went 1 and 2. And again, you had 930 of the 959 selecting in that category. For the bistro design, the tiki concept was the top concept, and the oceanic that you saw earlier came in second. For food choices, Mexican was number 1 and healthy was number 2. Other shade, the pavilion and shade sales, in that one you had 959 participants. So everyone that went through and selected an amenity, every one of them selected that one. For the yard games, you had cornhole, which apparently is going to be the number 1 choice there. That was also the number 1 choice by the participants here. Then for splash pad, in this case, this particular group of participants selected the option that had more features. They also selected the dog cooling station that had more features. And with pathway lights and trail markers, they did select the ground level. So when you take a look at all the participants that went through and took the time to select the amenities, the support within those amenities range from 82% to 100%. When you look at the J.C. Park and you look at the levels of support for all participants for each of these amenities, they range anywhere from 53% to 64% support. So just as a summary, as I mentioned before, the open house had 217 participants. The attendance consisted mainly of the nearby residents of J.C. Park. And even though most of the residents there opposed the project, as I mentioned before, 63%, we did get some good feedback from our conversations with those who took the time to come and chat with us. And we did get some good feedback via the forms that we handed out, cards. So we intend to incorporate that feedback into a new concept. With the online survey, again, we had nearly 1,500 participants. And that survey represented a broader scope of the community. Most of the participants support the project, 64%. We received pretty good survey data that we can also use to incorporate into a new concept. So the next step regarding this project would be for us to go back to work with Pannoni and develop a new concept. We can take some of the feedback that we received, and some of the feedback that I'm referring to is how can we maybe address the north parking concerns, additional shade options, additional seating options, some accessibility to the waterfront boardwalk for physically challenged, and then adding some additional amenities in that may not have shown up in the original concept, which is bike racks and grills, and as you guys were just talking about, a vehicle charging station. We also want to incorporate the results from the community survey into the new concept. We would then bring the updated concept to council for review and approval. We do know that Pannoni is standing by and is prepared to develop the updated concept. I've already had some discussion with them, and they are expecting to hear from me today as to what direction council would like to proceed on these with this. And then the concept will take about 2 weeks to develop and come back to council with. That I'll take any questions.
I think before I open it up to council, Mr. City Manager, what is your goal here today? What are you trying to get out of this discussion so we can make sure that we answer that accordingly?
Sure. The whole plan for the concept was to go to the community with the concept, obtain feedback, and then bring it back to council, ultimately to get approval on sticking with the concept we have or amending it, and then eventually we'll turn that into a resolution so we can authorize design. Same exact process we use for all the Go Bond parks. We develop a concept, we bring it to the community, we get input from the community, we either ignore the input or we use the input, create a different concept, bring it back, and then you all vote on allowing us to design that. So at this point we're in now, we've created the concept, we've brought it to the community both in town halls and in online surveys, we've got the feedback, there is some things that we can consider, that was just outlined on the last page, and even in kind of the summary of that. If you would like us to incorporate those elements or have any other concerns, we'll go back to the design firm, they'll make tweaks to the concept, we would then come back with what we believe is kind of the final concept, and then there would be a resolution for you all to vote whether or not to design what we've put together or not.
Okay.
So what we're looking for specifically today is whether or not you would like us to include any of those, all of the input that we got to move forward, redesigning it or not.
Okay, with that being said, I'll open up the discussion. Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, Connie, I had a question for you. When you, let me go back here real quick, I apologize. The online survey, you had 1,495, correct?
Yes.
And that was throughout the city of Cape Coral?
Yes, it was open to the community.
Did you outweigh what part of Cape Coral was the largest number?
No, we didn't. We didn't
not do
ask for
that?
specific addresses or quadrants.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. First of all, I do appreciate what Pannoni did as far as putting together a concept. And I think the concept that they put together was a park at final build out. I think we've heard from a lot of residents today that I don't think we're ready as a city to do a park at final build out. We talked about electrical infrastructure. What I do think about this, putting the infrastructure in to allow food trucks to connect so that we don't hear noisy generators, I think is a good start for this park. Putting it in, let's see what the market drives. Do food trucks actually go there? Are people actually using it? But for us to build a bar or restaurant concept on this park, I think is a waste of taxpayer money. So I would be in support of putting in the infrastructure to allow growth, but not building it fully out. As far as the boardwalk, when it comes to shade trees, I know the Australian pines are invasive, and I'm in support of adding a boardwalk there and keeping it, going forward with that. Looking at the band shell now, I thought it was a great idea. That's something I was very interested in. But I know the city currently has a stage. I know we used to do Kid Fest in that park, and it didn't seem to work out when we did Kids Fest there. We just finished Cultural Park. We just had Cultural Fest there. I saw how the stage was brought in and used, and I think that was good. So I think having the concept of a band shell in this park is a great idea. I know there's been some trouble with the way they designed the band shell at Centennial Park and the amount of usage that it's gotten there. So a great idea on paper, but I'd like to see what and how it's working in Fort Myers before we bring it to a small park. I think maybe we invest in a new stage that's a little more portable. We could move activities like that between Cultural Park and JC Park, keeping it more of that neighborhood feel. So whereas I do like this concept, I think everything looks great. I think we can take parts of it and still plan for the future. So like we're not ripping it up later. Like I said, I'd be okay with electric for the potential food trucks, but to put a bar and a restaurant out there, I think we'd be better just having pavilions that people can rent and bring their own things. So I do appreciate all the staff time that's gone on this, but I'd like to see what comes back from this survey, what the next changes could be. And those are just my thoughts of things we might be able to remove and keep the cost down, but definitely I want to have the infrastructure there so that in the future, we're not ripping it up and doing it again like I had mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to take a step back, this whole effort began a long time ago with the ULI report, and not only, and it was stated earlier during citizens' input that the report indicated that we should acquire more waterfront. It also, and the whole concept of renovating JC Park came from looking to activate the waterfront that we do have, that the public does not have a whole lot of access to waterfront in our community. If you can afford to live on the water, whether it be canal-based or river-based, yes, you certainly have that water access, but the public has very little water access, and JC Park was identified as a shoreline park that could be experienced by citizens to a greater degree than it currently was. So I absolutely agree with other comments that were made. This is a work in progress, and there will be many different revisions and considerations along the way. So I appreciate all the information that's been obtained in the way that you've assembled it for us to consider. I would reiterate a number of things that have already been stated, but I would like to share a couple others. One of the things that has concerned me from the start is the size of the bistro. Call it a bar, call it an oasis, call it a bistro, whatever you call it, to make that a destination bar, if you would. I don't think very favorably upon that. To have a refreshment center, a place for beverages, with or without alcohol. I don't think the alcohol is as much of an issue if it's not a destination bar, but I think the images that I saw at the Mercola, where I spent all but about 40 minutes that day, those concern me a little bit with the size and magnitude of that piece of the design. So that's the feedback that I would give there. The greatest concern that residents have shared with me personally and in public forum is the desire for a need for shade. I I used to own a business on Fort Myers Beach, and we had a saying there that the great thing about Florida is the sunshine is free, but the shade is very expensive. And so I've been concerned that we would lose the shade that everyone so desires and appreciates at the park. We have said that we are not removing the shade, we're replacing the shade. And I realize that that's certainly hard to comprehend, and there actually is a way of measuring it. And so there are shade studies that are available, and they're used a lot in a lot of places. And I've shown support with the city manager's office that we should do a shade study that says if we remove those Australian pines and we replace them with the trees that have, that there's been support shown for, what's the difference, day one, what's the difference in shade and canopy that we'll have in the park? And if we can't have close to that same shade, that we would consider a staged replacement, if you would, to give initial plantings the opportunity to grow, to mature, to provide the canopy that's there, so that we don't take the opportunity away from the citizens to enjoy the park, to walk in the shade, to take their dogs there, to not have the pads of their feet affected by the temperature of the walking paths and whatnot. So I would encourage that shade study so that we can be assured that the new design, the tree placement, and the species of trees will provide the type of shade that we all want to enjoy there. Another is walking path distance. With the redesign of where the walking paths go, we certainly can measure how many feet of walking paths do we have now, how many feet of walking paths will we have in the redesign, so that we can be assured, and we as council can be assured, that we are not taking anything away from the park, but that instead we are simply trying to enhance and provide more water accessibility to all of the citizens of Cape Coral. I do have a couple concerns that were shared with me and I agree with. Right now we look at the maintenance of the park, the condition that it's in. If we can't increase our ability to maintain, then to make all of these enhancements would be for naught, would be a waste. And so I think we have to put a concentrated effort on the maintenance required and all the components that we're considering, and security. If there will be opportunities for children to have splash pad, to have different pieces of equipment to play on, then we need to make sure that there's proper security there and the ability for first aid in the event of injury. And that would be all of my comment at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. So I had quite a few people talk to me about the band shell. And I think, City Manager Michael, that we need to have better clarification, because a lot of people are thinking like this loud band going till midnight. So I think this is something that we need to maybe talk about and put more clarification. If this moves forward on a band shell, what are we talking about? Soft music, a guitarist solo in the daytime by the water, So I've had a few people saying, I am not going to listen to music at 10 o'clock at night, loud music. So I think that's very important that we kind of go over the band shell if this moves forward. What are the restrictions? What would be allowed?
Sure. I mean, all of that is controlled by us. A point of reference would be the boathouse. So when we entered into a lease with the boathouse at the yacht club, very similar concerns, that there was going to be musicians on the water, sound travels across the water unobstructed, and it would, deteriorate in the neighborhood. So that was designed in a location that the speakers were directional. They weren't to broadcast. They focused basically back into the park, and it's been a non-issue. Also, we limited the ability for them to play live music, I think up till 9 o'clock. I'm not sure, I didn't check the lease, but I know it is before the closing, which I know is at 10. So the musicians end before the night even concludes, and they're out of there. So all of that is completely controlled by us. We don't have any intent of allowing any music in any of our parks to go beyond what would interfere with the neighborhood. The intent, this came purely out of the master plan. During the park master plan, there were some focus groups that were had with the youth in the community, youth council and youth groups. And one of the things that they pointed out was there's no place for any type of jam night or to go listen to music on the water. No public venue. And so it became one of the things in the master plan that the city chose as an element to try to provide opportunities for our youth to have a place to go and something to do. Specifically, J.C. Park was mentioned for the band shell. Band shells are not set up to hold, concerts. So when you talk about, loud music and huge speakers, and that's not the intent of them, nor are they designed for that. So they're purely for a place for musicians to gather, have a small lawn area for people to listen and enjoy music. That's not to say that, for example, when this park started with the city, we used to have Jazz on the River community festivals at J.C. Park. I mean, I could remember in the 80s, going there with my family, people parking everywhere. And they would bring in, as was discussed, bring in an actual stage and larger speakers. Eventually that event grew so big it went to Jazz on the Green at the Coral Oaks Golf Course, and then continued to get bigger and became Jazz on the River back at the Westin. It's a very successful event, but started at J.C. Park. So, there could be some type of renaissance of some jazz events, on the river. There could be, blues festivals, that could see entertainers come in and bring, amplified music. But they would not be all night, entertainment deals. They would be during the day. So, I think it's a valid concern. If you live in the area, you'd want to know. And so that's what the intent is.
Thank you. I do have another question too. A lady brought up got a AA meeting going on. Do they have AA meetings at J.C. Park? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think that's not really fair to these people to bring alcohol there if they're having meetings for AA. So if we're looking at...
There are, sorry.
Please, yeah.
There are, it's a big park. So it's a big park. And we plan to have quite a few pavilions there, both on the north end and then some toward the south end. So there is opportunity to, if you don't want to be anywhere near the Oasis area or the refreshment area, to hold your meeting there. If you also have your meeting during the daytime, or in the morning hours, it's not likely that it would even be open. So what's nice about J.C. Park is that there are a wide variety of groups, social organizations that use the park. And because it's an almost 12-acre park, it can accommodate those groups throughout the park. So again, there's a room. We had talked to an individual at the open house who asked about that as well. And when we showed them that there were going to be some pavilions in the north part, then that was what he needed to hear, that he would be able to have a meeting in the north part of it, and there would be a pavilion that they could have their meeting in. So I think that the park can accommodate that.
That's just one of my concerns that I do have, especially when people are fighting addiction. And if they live there and they're going and they're doing well, and then they look right there, people are drinking and having a gay old time. That's just something that I'm struggling with at this moment. And as far as Councilman Stanky, what he had brought up, I'm in agreement with the shade study. I do believe in green space. I do believe we need to have trees. You know, being a farm girl, we always had trees all around us. So I would love to see that study as well, because it is a sunshine state. A lot of them made valid points this morning. So I am in agreement with that. And they've also made great points too about maintenance, maintaining. You guys know how I feel about that too. I talk about it quite often. So if we're not maintaining the parks right now, can we maintain this moving forward? So that's something I think we need to look at. But I understand everyone's point of view here. And that's why I do thank you guys for coming out this morning to share. And as Councilman Stanky stated, I agree with him. You guys come in and give your citizens input. And look, almost all of you guys have left. And this is what we're talking about. And people go out and they hear the rumors and they say, you know, the council don't care about us. They don't talk about us. We're so angry. But we do. At the end of the day, we do. And we're trying to balance everything out. But as you see, when it was over, the flood laughed out the door. And then they go off what media states or what someone else says. So I want you to know that I think you all came this morning and you guys made some valid points. So I want to thank you for that. So, we're all trying to work together to do the best for the community. So thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a project since the beginning that I've been happy to support. I consider myself relatively young, although I didn't get credit for that in the public input. I blame that on the hairline, but we'll move on. I've got young children, and we utilize a lot of the parks here in the city of Cape Coral. And so when this is first brought to my attention, it was something that immediately appealed to me and other individuals like me in the city. Obviously, as a parent, I have other friends that are parents, and we like to find places to gather where we can enjoy ourselves and the kids as well. And a lot of the concept provided for that and is appealing. So we're in a position here where we get conflicting generations, I think, that have different opinions, and so that's why we find ourselves at the end of a spirited discussion on both sides. And so with that being said, I think the concept itself sticks. I like the concept. I think staff did a great job of offering the public opportunities to provide insight one way or the other, and even get down into the details of sort of what other concepts do you think that you would incorporate that frankly I myself hadn't considered, and now I am considering because I see this. What I don't want to do, or what I'm not comfortable with, I guess, is doing this or moving forward with this as a half measure, turning this into sort of a Frankenstein park and cutting away sort of the core component that the concept embodies. If the core component dies by the collective of this body up here, which is the offerings, the splash pad, the bistro, the food truck park, I wouldn't be comfortable putting money into that project in the amount that it would demand based on the cost of things to have a park, or leave the food truck and the bistro out and activate the waterfront and then have nothing there for the people to come by waterfront and enjoy. So I want to be careful. I think that to me is the core of this whole decision here is, do we want to strip this down to a point where we're spending millions for sidewalks and a waterfront to take down the shade trees and then have no other draws to bring people in to appreciate it? That's something that I wouldn't be comfortable supporting, and I won't support if we strip it down in that condition. I think Councilman Welch's comment, although well received, was a little counterproductive, because if we put the infrastructure in and say, hey, let's wait and see if the food trucks come, well, then the food trucks are going to come and they're going to make a heck of a lot of noise. If they do come, which I think is one of the main oppositions here, is that they don't want the noise, they don't want the issue. So by providing these pads and allowing them the opportunity to come there and plug in, alleviates that issue. So this is something that I'll support, that I'll continue to support. I would love to move forward incorporating a lot of these positions here. The shade, by the numbers I'm looking at here, at least on this particular slide, that was the highest that ranked among all of these things, was the shade structures. So I originally, the concept that I had seen didn't necessarily have any of those structures on the waterfront portion, which looked to be pretty hot, especially considering the shade that's there now with the trees. So I would support structures in that end, which I understand also is going to attribute to an increased cost. I think that there's value in that. The splash pad, again, one of the amenities that I think bring people here. If we move forward and we don't have anything like that, again, I can't support spending millions and millions of dollars basically increasing the shoreline, removing the trees, which is something that the residents here today, at least in part, oppose. And that's really it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as it relates to size, and I appreciate everyone that stayed today, and those that are watching it on TV. There is misinformation out there around the size of the park, and so if we could we clarify the size of the park? I know in many places it's listed as an 8-acre park, and it is not. It's more like an 11-acre park. Could we get a clarification survey, or what? How big is the park?
We did have our surveyor and mapper perform a survey of the park, and it was over 11. Do you have the exact number?
Yes, it was 11.8 acres.
Okay. Just
yeah,
for the
as
record,
part
I
of
just want to make sure that
yeah,
we're
yeah.
all dealing with how large the park actually is.
As we have mentioned, we started some of the studies. Once council said go forth and at least do that, and then also start meeting with the community. But there were some things that we flipped the switch on and went ahead and had the consultant move forward with, because that was information that was going to be good for us as well as good for the council and the public. So they did an environmental study, and when they do that, they come up with some numbers, and they had added 11.87.
Okay, I appreciate that, because with regard to how far apart things will be, and where can you go in the park and not be influenced by another aspect of the park and whatnot, I think when you deal with the actual size of the park, the ability to do that certainly gets greater.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cosner.
Thank you, Mayor. Connie, can we talk about the survey? So I understand the one that we did in person, we were able to exclude duplicates by looking at handwriting, essentially, right? And just, you could tell.
Yes, you could tell. Yeah, and it was, we're only talking about, I think, 27. There were 217 attendees, and there was 244.
Okay.
So it just, dropping them down in both categories, not just the opposed.
How were we able to do that with the online survey? Did we exclude duplicates by IP address?
Well, yes, because it's a constant contact, so you couldn't go in, you couldn't sit on your computer and do it and then turn around and do it again.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you. I think all along I've liked the idea of making improvements at JC. The concept was good. I had some concerns, but I like the concept, and I very much like including the survey responses in a new concept. So I support that. But one of the things that is just a deal breaker for me that I keep thinking about, and it keeps bothering me, is selling alcohol at this park. So I just want to make clear that will be probably a deal breaker for me. And that's that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayden.
I think you always take notice of 5,000 signatures. I'll take notice of the 200 or 300 emails I've received over the past 4 weeks. I'll take notice of the phone calls, and I'll take notice of the participation today, because I don't believe it does fall on deaf ears. It certainly hasn't with me. We're going to probably disagree on the overall concept, because I like the idea of enhancing a park. For me, it is a destination place. Anytime you go to a park, you're making a trip for a specific reason, whether it's the beauty, whether it's to participate in a group, whether it's to take your kids. In my case, my grandchildren. I love going to that park with my grandchildren. Specifically, you know, we can do a shade study, but I can assure you that we're not going to have the amount of shade there now that we do with invasive trees, and I am for taking down those trees. But is there a way to look at whatever the canopy is out there, could we move it closer to the boardwalk? Do we need seating on one side of it as opposed to the side where the water is? Can we enhance the shade ability for that particular boardwalk, which I think is a great addition? You go to any city that is a growing city that is attracting people of all ages, boardwalks are very popular. I'm kind of where Councilmember Cozen is, and Connie knows this. I'm not sure we need to sell alcohol at this park. I don't want it to be a destination place where people come to get a beer. You know, I like the idea of allowing boaters to have a place to come, because we are limited in our waterfront locations, especially in our parks. But, you know, the size of the bistro is also a concern, but, you know, could it be a place where just soft drinks and ice cream are sold? Number of food trucks, 4 or 5, depending on the interest that it creates. I'm not sure that's going to present that big of a problem. Connie also knows that I'm not necessarily in favor of keeping the park open past dusk, depending on what time of year it is. If it's in the winter, if it's 6, if it's in the summer, if it's 8:30. You know, we can look at special events there. The band shell for me is a place where if people want to congregate, high school bands, small string quartets, different things that might want to play music, test out music, entertain the crowd. You know, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but as far as selling alcohol there and keeping the park open until 9 or 10, I'm not sold on that idea yet, because another concern of mine is that if we have special events there, that there won't be enough parking. Was it 170 some parking places?
156 improved.
156. Special events, if it's 2 per car, you know, that doesn't really allow for a lot of people to park there, and shuttling people in always presents some certain problems. But specifics on what goes in and what doesn't go in, I think, well, that's the whole point of this whole process as we work through the design and get to a point where we're comfortable with something after input, after our suggestions. We'll get to something that I think will be a portrait of something the city can be proud of, hopefully. We're not there yet. Has been said time and time again up here. We use committees of the whole to discuss ideas that we'll probably vote on in the future. That's why we initiated committees of the whole, so that we didn't blindside residents by a vote they didn't know was coming. We can have the discussion now, hear your input, and move forward. And I will encourage you to continue to provide us with what you think is things that you'd like to see in any of our parks. So that's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shepherd.
Yes, I listened to everyone. I'm for some type of improvement to benefit everyone in the city. One thing I am for is shade. Some of the parks that we've already worked on and I've toured, I said we don't have enough shade. We need more shade. A lot of these parks are brand new, but nobody wants to go there because there's no shade. My younger children, they want to go play on the swings and stuff, and they're a lot younger, and their swings and activities are under a shade cloth, but Dad's got to stand off to the side in an area that is in full sun. So it doesn't make me excited to go to places like that, even though they're brand new and nice. So I hear you loud and clear when it comes to the shade. Also, I know and witnessed the trees we're trying to save are invasive, and the county and our city has spent millions and millions of dollars trying to eradicate that particular tree because of what it does to our wildlife. I can tell you from being a farmer on Pine Island There has been hundreds of acres where the state came in to remove these trees and constantly come back every year with chemicals, spraying the saplings that are coming up from the seeds. I believe that's what I witnessed. I'm not 100% sure, but this week I traveled on Veterans Parkway heading towards Pine Island Road, and on the left, the big wooded marshy areas there, I saw a massive area completely browned out. And maybe the city manager could tell me if my guess is my guesstimate is true. That's usually what it looks like after the state comes in and sprays these chemicals to kill the saplings from the seeds from these Australian pines. So I get it. I hear everybody, and I'm on both sides, and I want what you want. But at the same time, when we're trying to clean the environment up and with one hand and spending your tax dollars to stop these invasives because they're doing damage to the wildlife and our ecosystem here, to sit there and try to save trees that are producing the seeds that are blowing across our city onto Matlacha and Pine Island and starting new ones growing, it just seems like an endless cycle. So that's education that I have on that particular part of the topic. I'm for improvements. We're growing. I'm a citizen that's lived here a long time, and me and my family aren't tickled pink about a lot of the changes that we see going on, even in our own neighborhoods. I've witnessed people upset when Cape Harbor was built. They thought it was going to destroy the value of my community, and it didn't. And I watched Tarpons Point start, and I seen everybody get upset saying that was going to destroy our neighborhood, and it didn't. But I really think that we all need to get involved as citizens. We all need to get our input, and we need to, if we're going to do improvements, we need to do improvements that we all appreciate and that work for the entire community. But I just wanted to reflect on the trees because I know a lot of people want to save the trees. I'm a tree lover. I mean, I own a tree farm, a palm tree farm. That's what I do for a living. I'm out. My goal has been to make the city as green as possible for the last 20 years. And I do that with my job here as well when I can. What I can do to influence greening up our city. But to try to save a handful of trees that do benefit us highly, but at the same time are creating seeds that are being transported all over, and then our tax dollars are being spent to combat it, kind of doesn't make any sense. So that's my feelings, and maybe staff, if you have information on what I'm talking about the money that's spent trying to eradicate. There's other trees as well. I think the pepper tree is one of them as well, pepper trees and Australian pines. But that's the knowledge that I have, what I learned. But I understand all your feelings. You don't want to lose the feel of that park. I think that's why we had the gathering at Macola, so that we can understand what everybody's looking for, the feel. We don't want to change that feel, but I do believe that we want to do some kind of improvement because our community's growing, and it's our responsibility as a council to look out for all the citizens and make sure that we provide good places for them to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, one of the things that I meant to mention, and I think there's a way of simplifying this process, and I'll get to that, is that one of the benefits here, when we're faced with the potential budget that it's going to cost to do some of these things, was that some of the amenities at the park were going to generate revenue to pay for those capital expenditures. I mean, when you look at the projected cost of this park, it's upwards of $10 million, I believe now. And so you compare that with some of the other parks that we've done in the Go Bond. Sands Park, I believe, just came in under $4 million, and that's completed. Gator Trails came in around 2.4. So we're spending a significant portion more money on a park like this that, to me, is going to echo in some form or another the same way that the genesis occurred for the yacht club, is that a lot of those millions are going to go into infrastructure and underground improvements, in this case, boat docks, shoreline improvements. And then at the end of this, if we strip away some of the other amenities that we're talking about, we spend millions of dollars and you show up and say, where is it? And it's all underground, it's all on the docks. There's no bistro, there's no splash pad, there's no band shell. And so, again, that's not something that I'd be willing to support in the amount of money that it's going to take us to do what half the project is proposing to do. And again, to the point where we could sit here and we could talk all day. I don't even want to imagine what the city manager's notes look like. I see him scribbling underground conduit and the square footage of the bistros. I think that this can be broken down into polling and taking consensus from the collective body up here on some of the core issues. The amenities. Do we support the bar/alcohol? Yes or no? Do we support the splash pad? Yes or no? Do we support the band shell? Yes or no? And then we would have a great idea after maybe 5 minutes of that, without any discussions or conduit or the whole deal, just really at its core, what kind of park are we looking at the end of the day after that 5 minutes of polling? And then in its conception, do we want to move forward in supporting that in some form or another? I think that that's a way better way of looking at this than saying, do we want cornhole or chess? I appreciate those options, but those are things that could be incorporated at the city or at the staff level. I think for us up here, we could sit up here and talk about seedlings for hours. But let's figure out the core components, figure out what the heart and soul of the park is going to look like, and then see if that's something that we want to move forward with. Because we could say, oh, we're not there yet, we're not there yet. Now we're talking about another $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for the consultants to come bring it to us again. And if at the end of the day, we all know here, whether we support a bar, whether we support food trucks, we could save everybody a lot of time, one way or the other. So that would be my suggestion. I have the city manager here that I think looks like he...
What I would recommend is we do that exact exercise, but after the next concept. Let us take in what we've heard and perform some of the shade studies. Let us adjust some of the sizes, increase some of the areas, and bring that back. I mean, unless you don't even want to go there, but I think, I mean, if we don't take in all the input that we have, then we're just basically giving an up and down vote on the first concept, which really is kind of disingenuous for me to the process.
I think both things can be achieved. I don't know that we decided here to kill the project in its entirety. I think we get a collective idea of how we want that next concept to look. And if it is stripped down to that, then we figure out a budget for that, including some of the changes that aren't taken out from the discussion here. And then at that point, this thing is put to bed one way or another. Would be something that I'd be interested in doing. But I'm only one of 8, so I would defer to the remainder of the board for that.
Yeah, Councilmember Long, I've already wrote down those core topics and
Okay.
had the same exact idea.
Yeah, Councilmember Shepherd texted me that. That's why.
So what I wanted to know is, food, alcohol, band shell, we know we want shade there. Is it trees? Is it, is it shade structures? Whatever the case may be. But, I agree. Some of these are a yes or no answer. So I think that I agree with you that that's something that we need to get on the table. We could dance around this topic for the next year. If the 8 of us aren't on board, or at least a majority, that's what the consensus needs to be, the direction that we want to go in. To me, I think it's simple. Do you want to sell food there? If so, is it a permanent structure? Doesn't matter if it's a P3 or not. Or is it food trucks? Or is it none? Alcohol, that's a simple yes or no. Are we going to sell alcohol there or aren't we? The band shell, it's either, do we want to put a permanent band shell there or temporary staging like Councilmember Welsh had mentioned? I think some of these, it's a simple yes or no. And I think, I would guess pretty much all of us have that yes or no answer here today. And I think that that's important to give that to staff, quit dancing around what we're going to do, what we're not going to do, and let's design from there. And I'm not saying we can't enhance, some things that was already mentioned in the discussion, but take the core topics and it's a yes or no, that's what we want there or not, and see where the majority is. I think that's what we should be doing today. topics. For me, food, alcohol, band shell. Shade, I think, is off the table. I think we all want shade. Whether it's more shade trees, shade structures. So that's, to me, that's not a core topic that we need to address. And I'll open it up for councilors, any other core topics that it's a yes or no. When you talk about food, like I said, is it food trucks? Is it permanent? Food trucks, is it food trucks just coming for special events? I think that's how you break the food down. Alcohol is a simple yes or no. Band shell, I think that's either that, temporary or none. Does the remaining of council have any key core topics other than those three that you think we should be addressing?
Only one that Councilmember Stanky mentioned, the size of the bistro, if you want to consider that a core topic.
Well, I think it's a yes or no at this point.
On the bistro?
Yeah. Are we going to have it there or aren't we? I think the design can kind of, if a majority says, yeah, we want it there, then they can bring back that design.
And I would go a step further on the food trucks, rather than trying to determine is it at night special events, it's do you want the infrastructure in place? Because once the infrastructure is there,
is it permanent?
We can always make the decision on whether to do long-term leases, short-term leases, special events only, but we really need to know whether or not you want the infrastructure there.
Right. So is it going to be something that's temporary, that's self-contained in a food truck, they show up for a special event, or is it something that they're there permanently where they can hook up to electric and water and sewer and that sort of thing? And then do you want the bistro? Do you want some type of facility there? So any other?
What about hours of operation?
We can decide. I think once we figure out what we wanted, then I think that would be a subsequent type discussion for me anyway.
Right, if you don't have the bistro, then you don't need to worry about the hours of operation.
Exactly. I think, that's something maybe later on. Hey, if we're going to put a bistro there, just for an argument.
That also may.
What time frame, is it during the normal dusk to dawn park hours? Do we extend it longer in the winter, or do we have something similar to the, I think there's a lot of further discussion we could have. I think today is get the core topics taken care of. Right. Any other core topics?
I was just going to mention too, Mayor, that the hours of operation, regardless of whether you have a bistro with food trucks, they could be impacted too if you're closing at dusk.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I had my light lit only because a couple of things, at least for me, it's not a simple yes or no based on size. In the bistro, Oasis, whatever you want to call it, is a prime example. If it's got to be a 150 seat full service bar, but then I know. If it's a small Oasis where you can get a beer and a frozen drink as well as your Cokes and your ice cream sandwich or whatever, then it's a yes. So it's certainly the magnitude of that component part makes a difference to me for whether I'd be in favor of it or not.
You're next. Okay. Councilmember Shepherd?
Yeah, I feel the same. I'm not looking for a big eatery or a huge restaurant or anything. I'm picturing more like someone brings their family and children there, wants a little structure where they can, if it's a food truck or a little tiki hut, they can walk up, buy something to drink, grab a sandwich, maybe a glass of wine, maybe have Wi-Fi to sit there and work on your computer while your kids are playing. That's what I'm envisioning. So I guess we got to be careful with the direction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not excluding alcohol, because I don't think wine's a bad thing. I guess, well, anything could be a bad thing if anybody overindulges. But I just think of just having somewhere to drink, somewhere to buy a snack or lunch, or even if you're there in the morning, a breakfast sandwich. That's what I'm envisioning. I'm not envisioning some big commercial site with some big restaurant that's going to be drawing in huge crowds.
Not looking for a boathouse.
No. I'm just looking for making the park a better place than what it is now and improving on what we have.
Councilmember Cosner?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what we're trying to do here, and it makes sense, but I think for the band shell, for example, I'm not prepared to make a decision on that because I don't have the information on the alternative, which would be having, I guess, something taken in, right, for every event. We don't know cost, we don't know logistics. All I know is what Councilmember Welch just said, which is great. I appreciate what he's saying, but that's not enough for me to make a decision. So I'm not prepared to answer that question. That's a really big decision to make just on the fly. And the same thing for food. We all have different ideas of what food means. So I just don't think this is a good idea to do this right now.
Councilmember Cummings?
I think what we should be voting on is alcohol, no alcohol. You know, the bistro, like I think what Michael's trying to say is he wants to add in and give us other ideas. But yeah, valid point, food. I mean, we can't make those decisions, but I think we can make the decision saying, yes, let's move forward and see what they can come up with in the drawings. So like, leave the bistro alone, but do we want alcohol? Yes or no? And then see what they come up with, because they may have a better idea like he was saying, but at least we can get down to the basics. Kind of like your band shell. Do we want to give them the opportunity to show us what can come? I do. So we say, yes, let's see what they can do, or no, we don't want the band shell at all. So I think everyone's kind of taking this out of context. Do they want dimensions, drawings? That's not what we're saying. Do we want it or do we not want it? How do we want to proceed forward? So I think we make it more simpler. Alcohol, yes or no. Band shell, yes or no. Food, yes or no. And then we take that and then give it to them and see what they come up with. That's just what I feel, because I think, you know, some people are taking this at a different level, and we're not going to have the dimensions. We're not going to have all the other things until they can give us some more ideas moving forward. But I am in agreement to say yes or no to a few of these things so they know what to work with.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, we continue to walk in circles and split hairs. I think the point here is this isn't a voting meeting. You're not bound to the votes here. It's do you like the band shell? Yes. It doesn't mean that we're building the band shell tomorrow. That means, yeah, go ahead and give us those options, the broad end versus the solid and the costs or whatever. Do you want a bistro? It sounds like even the ones that were down there creating things, at least at the concept, they want some sort of food offering, even if we're talking about sodas and drinks or whatever. So then that's a yes. Do we want to do that? Or are you just vehemently opposed to the idea of having that amenity there for the residents? It's not a voting meeting. We're not moving forward. We're trying to further bring into scope what the next iteration of this concept looks like. And then we can talk about, okay, here's the bistro and here's the two options. Here's 1,000 square feet, here's 500 square feet shack that has a window service only, and then some ancillary tables. All that stuff is down the road. Do you like the concept? Do you want to bring a band shell in some form or another? Maybe. Are we going to hold you to that? No, it's not a voting meeting. It's a directionary meeting. Alcohol, that one's easy, yes or no. I think the only other thing that the mayor didn't mention, and I don't know whether it's contentious, but it's a big component of the park, is the boat ramps, and whether we want to maybe vote on that, yes or no. Other than that, I think those components give the staff a better idea moving forward rather than, you know, getting down to the minutia, which we can also do on an individual basis outside of this forum. Thank you.
Well, why don't we start with you, Councilmember Long? We'll just work down. I see a couple other lights on, but they can incorporate their comments when they're trying to give staff some type of direction.
You want to go category by category, Madam Clerk?
Food, alcohol, band shell, it sounds like.
Well, I know, but does she want to do band shell all the way down, or does she want me to just go down the list? Food, alcohol?
I think we'll just go down those three topics, and each council member can. You got food, you know, yes or no. Are you okay with a bistro, food trucks? Alcohol to me is a yes or no. And the band shell or temporary staging, you know, do you want to look at either or in the concept?
Splash pad?
Splash pad? Mm-hmm.
And the boat ramps?
Well, I don't know.
And yeah, that's a good one. The boat access. Boat slips.
But also, Mayor.
Right, that's correct. Not ramps. Boat slips.
Boat slips will work. We don't know the depths of the water.
We don't know, but do we want them to look into that, or do we want to say we don't even like it, so don't waste your time?
Maybe even a walk.
Holy crap.
At a park is nice to just walk out and have a view of the river might be a possibility.
Well, I know.
With ideas.
We are not talking about boat ramps.
No, we're not, but I misspoke. It's boat slips. That's correct.
Right, yeah, right.
Maybe a dock.
We had, I think, in the concept, floating boat docks,
Yes,
floating.
sir.
Yes.
That's what's on it.
I was at a.
It's 30 of them, if I
correct, yes.
recall correctly.
I was at a Botanical Gardens.
24.
Yeah, we should, but let's get on the record.
Let's add it on the record.
It is.
Floating boat dock.
Okay, so we got the boat access, boaters access, splash pads, band shell, alcohol, and food.
And floating boat docks.
Well, yeah, we got
Yeah,
the
boat.
boat access.
Yeah, boat. That would fall under the food trucks and bistro.
But that would be boat slips. These are boat slips.
So if I could confirm the order before I start with
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilmember Long? I think it may be different from what you just said, though. I have food, alcohol, band shell, splash pad, and boat docks.
Yeah.
Food, starting with, alcohol, second, band shell, third, splash pad, fourth, boat docks, fifth.
And I think the food, there's two categories, the bistro and the food trucks.
So I'll put food.
And then the band shell could be a combination of that or temporary staging.
I think that, at least as it's proposed right now, the bistro is the same as the alcohol.
Yeah.
Right.
The food trucks would be the
Yeah.
food component.
Well, I mean, bistro, like one other council member, I can't remember, said, you could sell hot dogs, cotton candy, and ice cream. If the alcohol, majority of us say yes on alcohol, then we would incorporate it in the bistro. If the majority of us say no on the alcohol, then I think the bistro wouldn't be an alcohol serving facility. Yeah. So Councilmember Long, why don't we, since you had this great idea, let's
It's
go
turned
ahead
out
and
to be
start
a
with
real
you.
doozy. Yes, all of them.
Okay. Councilmember Cummings.
Yes to everything but the alcohol. No to alcohol.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. I'm going to go a little further than yes or no. I say yes to a small bistro, but I also say yes to food truck pad. As far as alcohol goes, that's a yes or no. That could be added later on. I don't think at this level it really matters because it's not like we have to put in infrastructure for alcohol sales. But yes, one or the other. If we have a small bistro, then no food trucks. But I do want to keep more of a green space, so the size of the bistro is pretty important with that answer. As far as the band shell goes, I was 50-50 on it. But hearing my other constituents and council members, I agree. A band shell would be fine. I'm okay with the band shell. My concern there would be seating. Are we just putting a lawn in? Are we going to have it some sort of an amphitheater style where there's a ramp? I'd like to see other concepts with that. So yes, let's explore band shell. As far as a splash pad, I say yes. We need areas for our children, as well as animals like the hydrants and stuff like that is fine. And then a boat dock or an observation pier I think is a good idea to engage the water like the ULI said. Whether we put the slips in because we can't because there's rocks, I think a good compromise would be to have an observation pier, an area for people to walk out and enjoy, maybe do some fishing, things like that that they're used to doing on the shoreline now that might be taken away when we put in the shoreline area there. So I know it's not a simple yes or no, but that's about as cut and dry I can get with that at this time. Thank you.
And Councilmember Cummings, did you mention splash pads or the docking?
Yes.
You were a yes on that?
Yes,
Okay.
on splash pads.
Councilmember Hayden.
So that was yes or no with an attitude, Councilmember Welsh, is that what that was?
I mean, it is a discussion meeting, not a voting meeting. So on a voting meeting, I will be
Yes
very,
with a but.
I will be very cut and dry on an actual voting meeting with a yay or a nay.
Yes on food, no on alcohol, yes band shell, yes splash pad, yes boat slips / dock.
Yeah, I'm a yes for all of them.
I'm a yes for all because we have the ability to tweak each item as the ideas come forward. So I'm a yes for all right now. Let's see what ideas are proposed.
I'm a yes for all with just a couple comments. One, when we, different words conjure up different things, and when we talk about alcohol, I would remind everybody that in almost every city event we do, we roll in a beer and wine truck.
Right, every time.
You know, to whether it's, you know, Rotary using it for fundraising or whatever. At most of our events and wherever we go, we roll in a beer and a wine vendor, you know, if you will. And so I would certainly, again, be against a full-fledged bar and destination bar. But anyway, that's where that is. And the other is on the band shell. That conjures up different things in different people's minds. You know, I would not be in favor of something as large and complex as they have at the Luminary. You know, something that is size appropriate for the types of quartets and things like that we're talking about. I think having a fixed structure there is good for that. But to put in, you know, the Hollywood Bowl, no, I don't think it's appropriate for that. Other than that, yes on everything.
Councilmember Costa.
Yes to everything except for alcohol.
So could you, Madam City Clerk, maybe give us what our tally ended up being?
Yes, sir. So for the food, we have a yes for everyone, just food concept in general, the bistro, the trucks, with comments. For the alcohol, we have 2 definite no's, and we have 6 yeses. One of the 6 is something that it could be decided in the future. Did I say, I mean 3 no's, excuse me, 3 no's for alcohol.
3 no's.
And one that they would, yes or no, decide in the future. That was Councilmember Welsh. Then for the band shell, we have all yeses, just not like the Luminary. For splash pad and boat docks, we have all yeses.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, does that give you the direction that you're looking for?
Yeah, we're going to come back with another concept design that will incorporate the community surveys. We're not eliminating anything, and so you'll see the revision based on all the input we took.
Okay. Any other council discussion on this topic? Okay, seeing none, why don't we take a 15-minute break, come back at 12 o'clock.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
All right, we'll bring the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is item 4B3, Yacht Club Ballroom deconstruction update. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to have Paul Klingon, CIP Director, along with James Pankinen, our consultant from Kimley Horn, present this item. I will just say, based on where we just went with J.C. Park, at the end of this, we will ask for consensus on 4 items: stonework, the front door, the beams, and what was the fountain? The fountain. So we'll have a small little consensus at the end based on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Klingon, Director of Capital Improvements. I will be turning it over to James Pankington from Kimley Horn, who will give a brief presentation, and then we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning. For the record, James Pankinen with Kimley Horn and Associates. So for our agenda today, we're going to review the existing conditions briefly. We're going to talk about the stakeholder meeting that we held on site where we toured the ballroom and some of the adjacent grounds of the yacht club. We're going to review the building elements that we discussed with the stakeholders as opportunities for potential preservation or incorporation into the new design. And then, as Mike and Paul mentioned, we'll review the stakeholder recommendations. They really had 4 key recommendations that kind of came to light during this process. As a reminder, the area that's shown in yellow there consists of the main ballroom, the Rotino Center, and some ancillary buildings to the north, the pool, the annex to the ballroom. These areas were previously not incorporated into the approved master plan. We were kind of working around these areas with the idea that, that these were not part of the proposed improvements. However, with damages sustained during Hurricane Ian, we've been asked to look at these from an improvement standpoint. And then specifically, as we look at demolition of the ballroom, then what are some of the elements that may be able to be incorporated into the new design? We had a stakeholder meeting and a site visit conducted on August 23rd. The city polled residents who would like to be involved in that meeting. Approximately 1,400 responded, and the city selected 12 residents at random. Residents were selected based on their years as a resident in Cape Coral. So we had representatives that have been here since the 60s, 70s, 80s, et cetera. So we really had a good cross-section of people who've been here for many years and some who are newer to the community as well. 2 representatives, unfortunately, did not end up showing up for the meeting due to a conflict. And then the city did have a separate meeting for representatives from the History Museum as well as the Youth Council member. In reviewing the ballroom with these stakeholders, a number of key elements kind of came to light as far as opportunities for potential preservation or incorporation into the new design. The elements, the 7 that you see here, the interior ceiling beams, the stonework, chandeliers and the sconces, the terrazzo flooring, the fountain out front, and then also the exterior beams and then exterior beam supports. So the idea was, if, as the ballroom is looking at demolition, how may these elements be preserved during the demolition process and may be incorporated into a new design in a meaningful way. So for each of these elements, I'm just going to touch quickly on the opportunities that were recognized for these, plus the benefits and some of the challenges. So from the interior ceiling beams, this was maybe one of the things that people identified with the most from the ballroom. And there was discussion about potentially reusing these in the new building, potentially reusing as site furniture or signage elements, or for exterior shade structures throughout the park. Some of the benefits would include reference to the history of Cape Coral, of course the recycling of materials, and then opportunities for historic and educational signage. Some of the challenges associated with preserving these elements would be that they would need to be cleaned and refinished prior to reuse. There'd be storage that would be required during the process once the ballroom and the site is demolished. We would need to store these at another facility to protect them. If they were to be reused in any type of structure, we would need to do some sort of structural evaluation and certification for them as well. The stonework, which is another pretty prominent feature within the ballroom and the Rotino Center. We discussed opportunities that these could be utilized for wall cladding in the new building, or for exterior hardscape elements such as seat walls, signage bases, or retaining walls. Again, reference to the history of Cape Coral as well as the recycling of materials. Some of the challenges associated with the stonework would be that it would need to be cleaned of any grout and mortar prior to reuse, so that's kind of a labor-intensive activity. You have the potential for breakage during demolition and also during cleaning and storage. Because of that, you have a relatively maybe uncertain amount of usable end product, and then the cost associated again with storage until ready to be reused. The chandeliers and sconces, again, reference to kind of the ballroom and the history at the ballroom. Recycling, again, of those materials. Again, some of the challenges would be that they would need to be cleaned and rewired and refinished. Storage, again. It's also come to light that these are not original to the historic building. I think originally inside they had more of a wagon wheel type light fixture. So these aren't actually original fixtures to begin with. Additionally, as you can tell, it's a very specific design style that may not work with any new building that we do. The terrazzo flooring was looked at. Terrazzo is kind of, a lost art in many ways. So the opportunities to reuse that could be for site features such as wall veneer or cladding for exterior elements. Again, that reference back to the ballroom and Cape Coral history could be a benefit. Some of the challenges would be the cost of removal. Again, potential for breakage as you were to saw cut and remove that and preserve it and store it at a different site. Also, due to the age and the materials used to create the terrazzo flooring, there's likely a presence of asbestos in that, so that's certainly something that we'd want to test prior to making any decision to reuse that. The fountain, I think everybody identifies, the fountain as a key element and really kind of signature element at the ballroom and at the yacht club. So certainly incorporating that in the new design would tie back to the history. Again, some of the challenges are that it's probably not in the right place for how we would want to redesign the site. So we think that there's opportunities to incorporate the fountain in a meaningful way, maybe at a different location, but not reutilize these materials. The basin, we think, is original relatively, although it has been refinished from an exterior standpoint as well as the tile, but all of the fountain plumbing and valves and everything like that has been replaced over the years. The exterior beams, very similar to the interior beams, those could be used for site furniture or signage or shade structures. Again, some of the challenges are that they would need to be cleaned and refinished. Certainly structural evaluation would be required. A lot of the exterior beams have also faced some rot over the years. You can see in the photo there that they've put some metal caps on portions of them to help preserve them because they have had some rot and different issues over the years. The last element was the exterior beam and the exterior posts and the beam supports. Again, opportunities to reuse these could be for bases, for other types of signage or things. As it came out, I think these are not original to the structure either. These were added maybe 10 to 15 years ago in order to bolster and support the exterior beams. So we don't necessarily want to propose preserving something that's not even original to the structure, as it appears to be the case with the beam supports here. So after we spent an hour and a half or so, or a couple hours on site, we went back to the council chambers here, not the chambers, but upstairs, and regrouped with the stakeholders and kind of went through all of the options. The 4 items that you see here are really the recommendations that they gave us as far as opportunities for incorporating these into the future design. So those elements included the interior ceiling beams. The discussion was really to maybe try to keep or potentially recreate these in the new structure, potentially reuse those in the new building design. It was discussed that these could be maybe used in a non-structural way, but more of an accent material, so that would take away the need necessarily to do a structural certification or evaluation of them. The stonework, there is a discussion of opportunity to reuse that on a limited basis. So not necessarily try to salvage all of the stone, but maybe portions of it to use in a small feature on site or within the building. One of the ideas that was discussed was potentially recreating of the fireplace as an outdoor feature within the park elements. From the fountain standpoint, everybody liked the idea that the new master plan should have a fountain. There was discussion of actually recreating the fountain back to more of its original design, which is similar to the image that you see here, with multicolored lights and a different jet pattern than what you have currently today. Not really a desire to reuse the existing fountain pumps and pipes and valves and components or anything. There's also a couple of interior glass doors that are original to the structure. Those are kind of back as you go from the ballroom to the annex where the restrooms are. Those have the Yacht Club logo kind of etched on them, so there was discussion that those could be incorporated, you know, maybe into the new building or as wall hangings or some decorative element. The chandeliers and sconces and the terrazzo flooring, the exterior beams and the exterior posts, those were not recommended for as far as trying to reuse those in any sort of new design elements. As we again met with the museum representative and on a separate date, they did identify some of the control panel that you see here, which is kind of a vintage electronic fixture. That there was a request made to salvage that and incorporate that maybe as a display item at the museum. Also certainly harvesting any of the on-site donation plaques that you have. There's one at the Rotino Center, there's one out by the fountain. We would want to collect those and preserve those and reuse those or display them in appropriate manner. There was discussion of creating maybe an on-site museum or room within the new ballroom design where these elements could be displayed, or you could have historic photographs of the existing or of the ballroom as it is today, kind of through the years. That could be done either in a dedicated room or kind of in a hallway type atmosphere where you have more of a gallery type viewing space. So with that, we'd like to open it up to questions. If you have any questions regarding the elements in more detail, we're happy to answer those.
Okay, I'll open it up for council discussion, and just so we're clear, Mr. City Manager, the direction that you're looking for is the topics are stonework, which I'm assuming is a fireplace.
Those four.
Those four there. Okay, so we have interior beams, stonework, fountains, and the glass door. Councilmember Hayden.
Yeah, I don't think there are any big surprises in what the group saw and may want to incorporate into the new design. And to answer your questions, yes, on the stonework, if the fireplace can somehow be reimagined in the new design or some of the stonework applied to a wall in some form or fashion, that would be great. And you know, the beams the same way. I don't know that that was the original frame of the fountain. I think there was an earlier version, but I think the original concept had a fountain in front of the new design, and putting in something that represents what the old fountain used to look like would be great. The doors, yeah, they can be an interior door somewhere or be a door into the, if the ballroom ends up being 2 floors or whatever, maybe it could be an entrance into one of those ballrooms. And I had talked, and I would like to see if we can dedicate a room to the preservation of the history of the old building with pictures and plaques or any other, you know, I know the original invitations that went out for people to buy property and also become members of the yacht club and the golf course. Those exist, so I think there's a great opportunity there to show the history and preserve the history. And just on a side note, for me at least, as you start to work on the new design, I think it'd be nice somewhere outside to have a plaque near where the structure is that says this was the original site of the yacht club, which opened in 1962. But that's just a side note that can be discussed later. But yeah, I think, you know, as far as the floor and other things like that, the outside beams that maybe weren't original, I don't think anybody thought that the floor was worth saving, or the chandeliers or the sconces or anything like that. I didn't realize those weren't the originals, but if your research determined that, then I don't see any real need to say that. But, thanks for your efforts on putting the groups together and listening to their thoughts, and that's all.
Councilmember Welsh?
Thank you. I'll go down the list here. Interior ceiling beams. I think in the new design, we could put something with beams in it, but as far as taking those down and reusing them somewhere, if it was solid wood, not laminated, like if it was an actual 100-year piece of cypress that was up there, then yes, saving it, but this was all, pieced together laminated stuff, so incorporating beams in the new design I think is good. Stonework, I do like the idea of maybe recreating an outdoor fireplace feature, using some of the stone or just stonework in itself to give that feel or look that we've had there. Like I said, if it's too much to use that stone, I think the design concept is more for stonework. When it comes to the fountain, I do like the fountain. I do see here that the fountain was dedicated to was an employee that was there for like 30 years. So if we put a fountain in, I'd like to see that plaque go back in front of whatever the new fountain is, because it was dedicated for that service, that employee. So any sort of dedication plaque, like Councilmember Hayden said, I want to save and recreate and put into a new design, because there's a reason why it was dedicated. But yes, I do think we need to have a fountain, whether it's right there in the front where people have to drive through to get to. It can be moved. Obviously there was not as many people utilizing the facility back when they built this. So yes, I want to keep a fountain. Yes, I want to keep the design aspects. As far as the doors, they could be entry doors to a hallway that has all that history that Councilmember Hayden was saying, or has a few of the other plaques and some photos and things like that. So keeping the original doors, yes, but use it for design aspects or included in the design. Yeah, I think that hits the four. I think you guys did a good job with this. Like I said, and getting the engagement from the community and the start of this, there's a lot more that we can dig into, but for the sake of time, I think having these four was good. Thank you.
I guess I'll jump in real quick. For me, you got the 4 items. To me, I think the concept is more important than the actual structure or material that we're talking about. If, as far as interior beams, if we want to incorporate that into our new design, to kind of mimic what we have here, I don't really have a problem with that. But I don't think we need to use the exact same beams that we have there. The stonework, I will tell you, I've had the unfortunate opportunity to tear down fireplaces before, and typically it just crumbles. It's extremely difficult to do. I kind of like the idea of an outdoor fireplace with maybe some stone that looks similar to this, but there again, it doesn't have to be that actual stone. If we dismantle this and want to give some of the stone out to the community or some of the individuals who may have an interest to have, I don't have a problem with that. The fountain, I guess again, I know that we're going to have a complete different design. I know we talked about moving the structure back, putting the pool in the front. I like the idea of a fountain, but there again, I'm not married to this one. But I do think that we need to have a fountain down there in the appropriate area, wherever the design, wherever we put it. The glass doors, if we can put them somewhere and try to make them look a part of the decor, or if you decide to do a room, I think if you decide to do a room like Councilmember Hayden said, with some pictures and plaques, I think that would be a great place to put those doors, walking in to that particular room, if that's something that we decide to do. And I think that's where I'm at for those items. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you. As it relates to the fireplace, I have similar experience as the mayor as it relates to taking apart stone-based features like a fireplace, and that stone is going to crumble. If we're gonna, I would be in favor of it being outdoor in kind of a, if you will, a reflection area, a memory area outside. We're talking about a room inside. If we're going to recreate the fountain, which I am in agreement with, then certainly to recreate the fireplace. If we don't recreate it exactly the way it is with new materials as a memorandum, if you will, then I don't see the use for it. But I would see, for memory's sake, the recreation of it with new materials outside. The stonework, other than that, any of the stonework on the walls and whatnot, I would agree for decorative purposes to bring a similar feel or remembrance, but as far as it actually being structural, I wouldn't agree with any of that. The doors, I totally agree. I've always been in favor of having a history room in the new ballroom or conference center or whatever we call it. But I believe in having that history room there, and I think that using those doors with the original logo etched in is a great idea. As far as the beams go for aesthetics and to carry on some of the past into the future, I agree with that, but not with the same materials, new materials. And the fountain, like I said, I believe that we recreate the fountain. And certainly keep the dedication plaque. And I believe if we can tie all those together, one of the things as we consider removing some of the materials that are in there, the fireplace, if it falls apart as we would suspect, I'd spoken with city management about the potential of commissioning an artist to actually make items out of the materials, some of the materials that could then be sold, and the benefits would, or the proceeds would benefit the History Museum, and certainly carry some of those pieces that the museum wants into their facilities. That's me.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. I'm for recreating a new fountain. There's a couple things that a few of you hit on that I liked. For one, Councilman Hayden talked about the plaque outside, and I do agree with maybe putting a plaque out there, but with a little bit of history to it. With the year, September 28th, 2023, this is when Hurricane Ian hit, and kind of tell the story of why the yacht club was changed. I think that's very important. The glass doors into the history room, I'm definitely for that. I really believe in that. And another idea, you can take the stones of the fireplace, which I do know, the stones do crumble, but you can take those stones that do crumble, and we can get creative with those, maybe in the history room, maybe putting it into an area to show the date, because this is all changed because of September 28th. That's just an idea, or you can do something else with it, but you can take that and get very creative. So is the stones of the fireplace, and that's, people can talk about it. Or you want to use the whatever's left for outside, but I don't think that would be good. I'm for the fireplace outside. It doesn't matter, yes or no. I mean, but that's pretty much, I think that's everything. Oh, the beams. So you had said something about the beams that, don't quote me the word you're using, but you're pretty much saying if they could be saved. Is that correct? So there's a chance that those beams could not be saved, correct?
I think it's most likely that they wouldn't be saved in their current state. What was discussed is that we would carefully remove them, like maybe we'd probably have to peel off the existing roof, strap them to a crane, and then cut them, and then move them to a site, and then store them to be then saved and reused in the future design. And whether that design is structural or aesthetic, but yeah, that was kind of the discussion that we had.
Yeah, so I'm for if you want to save the beams, if it goes with the design of how you're putting it together, but if it's like an eyesore, then I would just, once again, maybe try to utilize them in the history room.
If I can add a comment on the beams, the plan is, if we're getting a sense that we might want to try to salvage the beams or some of the beams, is that would be part of the bid, to see what that cost would be and how much it would be to actually, remove them, put them aside, because we haven't even come up with the concepts yet. So the demolition or deconstruction will happen before that.
Okay, so basically you're saying that's something maybe we should look at, see what it would cost to
I think
remove
of all the 4 items, certainly taking the beams and putting them aside would cost the most. Putting the stones to the side during demolition, deconstruction, there's not a big cost there. Taking the doors, putting them aside. The fountain is going to be recreated anyway.
Okay. Okay, so I'm all for trying to restore what you can, because I know that a lot of people, is very passionate about the yacht club, so I'm for maybe storing it into the history room to keep everything in that room. That's why that room is being created. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Cosden?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I like the idea of the recommendations, and what it says specifically is try to keep the beams or potentially recreate, and I like it in that order. If we can't do it, we can recreate. I think it'd be really cool to have the same kind of interior with those beams, and I agree with the rest of the recommendations. And I just want to thank the stakeholders for taking the time. Thank you.
Councilmember Shepherd?
I don't want to limit the new design team on what they feel is the best design for redoing the area and for the use. So I'm not for creating a room in the new building. I do like the idea of a reflection location somewhere in the park with maybe a couple park benches, with maybe something be created by a local artist using some of the debris from the building being torn down, like the different rocks and things that were part of the building, and then having a history wall, like where these benches are, so people can sit down and look at the history of the park when it was constructed, a little bit of history, why we had to tear it down, things like that. Just a reflection area in the park, just a location people can sit. I'm more for that than trying to design a building with a room that I don't think a lot of people are really going to use. And I think it would become a big obstacle for the design team. As for saving the beams and all, no, I'm not for that. If their new design just so happens to encompass some beams, if they want to reflect, fine. I just don't want to limit them. I think what's more important to a lot of people that are passionate about this is a reflection area that shows the history and why they love the place so much, and information there, and maybe some pieces of the building, maybe a local artist, somebody can dedicate some time on constructing something in that location near the benches that people can look at and reflect on their memories. I think that's what I would be interested in. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you. Yeah, for me, I think I'm more in line with, I believe, what Councilmember Welsh had said, which was, to me, it appears that a lot of this can be achieved through conceptual execution rather than, repurposing beams that are faux beams. They're not actually beams. It'd be different if they were blocked beams that could be reincorporated. I understand that might be the case for some of the exterior beams. And again, I don't think that limits the design team in any way. It's not like we're saying that we need it to be an A-frame to incorporate the same beam work. I think that a lot of modern build concepts nowadays are incorporating beams in one form or another. And so I would be in support of that. The rest of the stuff, again, is conceptual to me. The doors, sure, we can keep. I don't think that that's going to be too much of a difficulty. I don't know that I would completely nix the idea of having a room dedicated to that. I don't think that that's going to hinder the design in any way. To me, it would just be a vanilla shell room that was incorporated in the construction, and we would just at the end of it say, hey, this is probably where it should go. If that was misinterpreted by me and we're talking about designing around the room, I don't support that. But if at the end product there's a room therein that we can dedicate to a portion where we could collect some of these items that, for lack of a better word, salvaged items from the deconstruction, I would support that. So again, as it attributes to the other ones, conceptual, sure, fountain, great. I don't know that I would go to the significant expense of trying to save those in a way when we deconstruct it, as is evidenced by some of the discussion here, is going to be extremely difficult, and that equates to costly. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much where I was at as well. You know, this is the concept. If we want to try to incorporate the concept, great, but it didn't necessarily have to be that exact material. I don't see any other lights on. I think you've heard from everyone. Maybe a summary of what you heard, Mr. City Manager.
Well, I have the only one that has 5 yes for the actual to be utilized would be the doors, and 1, 2, 3, 4 of those 5 yeses said if it's used for a history room. So everything else we'll use in concept. I mean, there certainly was some yeses and nos, but for the actual use of trying to put them into the bid, the only thing that we have that's actually going to go into the bid looks like is going to be the doors.
Everybody agree to that? Councilmember Walsh?
Just, there was a couple up here that wanted to make sure that the plaques were saved too, so any plaque or dedication piece be saved, not part of the deconstruction, to be put into future.
Yeah, the plaques throughout the whole park and boulders that have plaques, all those are all going to be, we're going to save those. This was just for coming out of the stakeholders group.
Gotcha.
But noted, and yes, that's going to happen.
Okay.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you. There were, some comments and thoughts around either for the history room or for some areas outside using some of the original materials for those areas. So certainly, and particularly the beams, a certain, at least number of sections, small sections of those as the building were to be deconstructed, those I would think would be set aside for that type of purpose, certainly not for structural or for incorporation into the new construction of the building. But if you were going to use, if you want to call them any artifacts in some of the exterior, like Councilmember Shepherd, talked about an outside reflection area or whatever, I wouldn't say that it all just goes to the dump.
Well, Councilmember Steinke, I had you as one of the no's. You said used for aesthetics.
Right.
So if you want to say yes to saving those exact beams.
Not for use in the building, not for use in constructing the building, but if there were going to be any memorial area or whatever to have a piece of some of the original materials, I think should be a consideration.
Well, that's fine. I mean, then I think we should have that discussion, because right now the bid would be just demo the building. So if we want to try to salvage at least 1 or 2 to have an exact piece for some history, as opposed to trying to do an aesthetically, a nod towards, let's have that discussion, because certainly not saving them all is going to save us money on the demolition, but if you want us to go in there and cut 1 or 2 and then figure out what to do with them, we can do that.
Well, I think we started with Councilmember Long last time, so maybe we'll start with Councilmember Cosden this time, specifically on the beams. Do we want to try to save any sections of the beams for something that we decide to do at a later time?
I still believe that they're worth saving, yes.
Councilmember Steinke.
Save a portion for aesthetics.
To me, I'm not for saving a beam and spending all kinds of money. What I mean is when the place is tore down, grabbing some of the debris, the pieces of rock, maybe a piece of the beam, an artist could really build something small and nice in a sitting area with just pieces of memories of the building. That's what I mean. I don't mean spending a lot of money on cranes trying to save.
What we decide to save.
Yeah, and I guess I'm the same way too. In the demo, if there's a 6-foot piece of beam, you guys want to grab it or something, but I don't want to spend $50,000 to go in there and try to surgically remove 2 beams. You know, so in the demo, you know, if we can grab a small section, great. If we can't, that's okay too. To me, the concept is more important than the physical material that you're trying to save. Councilmember Hayden?
I'd like to save at least a portion of the beams. I'm certainly not for any reflection area outside. Those beams that never hold up outside in the elements. They're indoor beams. So saving a portion of them that might be incorporated into the history room, if that's the only place that they can be. I think I have a little more confidence in our designers that they can incorporate sections of those into the new design. So I'm not for losing all of that. I'm not for ignoring what the stakeholders had to say and what they wanted to say. What was the use of having them if we're not going to look at anything that they said? I don't want to look at this as some sort of effort with smoke and mirrors where we just decided we needed to do this just to get their input to cover ourselves and be proud that we did it. So we either take what they said and look at it for its intention, or, you know, there's no reason to do these groups if we're not going to listen to what they had to say. So at least on the beams, I would like to save at least a portion of them. You know, I get it with the stone. I know there's more stone there beyond what's on the fireplace. There's stone outside, there's stone along the walls. So, well, you know, whatever we can do there, you know, I realize it's going to, recreating a fireplace out of all that stone probably isn't going to work, but again, incorporating it somehow, some way, is what I would lean towards. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as keeping the original beams and moving them to an outside structure, I believe reading and seeing all the reports, all the exterior beams are shot. So if we were to take the ones from inside and build something outside with them, they're just going to deteriorate and go to waste. So I'm okay with saving some of them, or a portion or a piece, not to its entirety, like the rest of council has said. And as far as beams go, design is, you know, put it in a new design. If we want to save a couple small sections for a memorial room or an artwork or things like that, but to move them or save them to put as a new piece outside, they're just going to get wrecked. So, thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, I'm not for spending the extra money to remove them. I mean, just like a few people made some great points. I mean, we can go and try to save what we can once, you know, hate to use the word, but when it's all over, to go in and grab some scraps and some pieces, and I'm in agreement. You hire an artist to kind of put something together. So, thanks.
Can we confirm the beams that we're talking about inside are not actual wood beams? Are we talking about some sort of laminate?
Correct. They are laminated, maybe 8-inch wide members by 2-inch, a series of those.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, I don't know that there's any intrinsic value in replacing those. Worst case scenario, we could certainly replicate probably them exactly. It's not, right. Now the exterior beams I'm seeing, at least slide 11, it looks like some of the exterior beams underneath roof are actual wood material, solid wood beams. If we want to try to save those, they're just supported by braces. So I don't think that that's going to be a surgical deconstruction, to bring up an old quote, but that would be easy to replicate if we wanted to do something outside. They're already exterior beams. But yeah, I wouldn't support putting that in the actual bid package to budget to remove laminate wood beams. Thank you.
So it's 4-4. We're not going to include it in the bid, but we will certainly grab pieces of it to utilize in the history room.
Okay. You get the direction that you were looking for on this topic?
We did, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4, which is the tree ordinance.
Give me a moment. We're going to have Persides and Omar present this item. Just got to get loaded up.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Public Works set up a group with Development Services, Parks and Recreation, and the City Attorney's Office, and we came up with amendments to the landscaping section of the code to add opportunities to get a tree fund. So people can, instead of providing the tree requirement, they can provide funding to this tree fund, and then the city will use that funding to increase the tree canopy citywide. Omar was the leader of this effort. He did an excellent job putting this together. He's gonna present the concept to you today. Based on the comments we get, we're gonna go to planning and zoning because it's an amendment of the code. We'll take it through planning and zoning, and then we'll come back to council for approval, if that's the case. So with that, Omar, please.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. So as Percy just had mentioned, hold on, sorry. Putting together this quick presentation to discuss these proposed amendments to the tree ordinance, or to the landscape ordinance of City Code. When we look at the tree fund or tree trust funds, these type of funds are adopted amongst numerous municipalities and cities and counties around the state and around the nation. And the funds allow for developers to work with the city in developing opportunities for enhancing tree canopy coverage citywide through reforestation efforts. It also allows for proper tree preservation, long-term planning, and also provides funding sources for grants and other developments in the urban forestry program, which we look to move forward with in the city of Cape Coral. The tree fund within the ordinance it's actually going to be two funds. And the reason is because in the ordinance currently right now, there's a different designation for the South Cape CRA area. The requirements of the tree sizes and mitigation requirements within that area are a little bit different. You're requiring larger trees to be planted for mitigation. Therefore, that's why you see the two different proposed mitigation fund contributions. But essentially, the tree fund allows the developer to properly develop the site for the usage of the site while providing, once again, proper tree preservation of existing trees throughout site development. Any shortfall in the mitigation requirements for the site would then go into contributions into the distinctive fund, depending if it's in the CRA South Cape District or the general fund, which will be all other areas within the city. The tree fund will then be utilized by the city to pursue additional reforestation efforts citywide, so obtaining trees, irrigation, all the costs associated with establishing the trees. It's also important to note that the fund itself would also support the proper planning, management, and growth of our urban forest throughout future initiatives. So examples of the fund being utilized, as you can see, these are some examples. What we have been noting in some of our recent developments is that the usage of the site requires trees to be pushed, or the mitigation trees to be pushed into the buffer, and so you get a lot of this these buffers that are very condensed. It kind of takes away from the aesthetics of the overall building, and increases long-term maintenance costs associated with the tree usage. And so with the utilization of the tree fund, it allows some of the trees to then be contributed to the fund, which will then be put into place in more usable areas like our city parks, our green spaces, and our medians to allow for greater usage of that new tree canopy that we're trying to pursue and grow with our ordinance. As you can see, these are just some opportunities that we have available. We can, of course, add additional tree canopy to existing city parks and green spaces. Future development of streetscapes and medians is also a great opportunity for the fund. Adding additional foundational landscaping and improving our median beautification programs outcome. And lastly, as we mentioned, we're looking at utilizing the fund for the proper planning and preservation, management, and execution of our urban forestry program, so that we can create a more sustainable urban tree canopy for the city. Looking forward to the future. The fund itself will be vital in this component and will provide us the funding needed to pursue grants to allow for that type of initiative to take place. With that, I'll take any feedback or questions the council may have. Go ahead.
So one, if I may, the way we're setting this up is that we can have administrative reduction up to 30%. So that will be, they have to meet certain criteria. So 30% of the required trees can be reduced administratively. And there is an exception for the CRA. The CRA, because it's the particulars of the land code there and the parcel size and the type of development we want to encourage, there is an option within the CRA to get a tree reduction based and participation in the tree fund up to 100%. So in the CRA, yes, 100% can apply for the tree reduction, but citywide up to 30%, and we can do those allocation in the tree funds administratively. They don't have to come to council. So that's the concept in the ordinance. So we're here to hear from you what you think. Thank you.
Before I open up the discussion, Mr. City Manager, could you give us a little background why we find ourselves here today and what our goal is?
Sure. When we were looking at increasing tree canopy citywide, started basically last year, and I know some of you all have been trying to do that for several points of time. We brought the first ever arborist into the city, and Omar had a tree trust fund where he came from before we hired him. It was an opportunity for him to try to get trees that he could then deploy throughout the city. At the same time, we had a couple of developments that were in the process of developing and having to comply with the existing land development code. And the two that come to mind that we spent a lot of time visiting and discussing with the builders and even now the owner-operators is the ABC Supply Building on Pondella, and I think it's Aspire on Chiquita, just south or north of Gleason. So if you know those two properties, ABC Supply is an industrial complex, massive warehouse with a huge storage yard supplying roofing and building materials, and the amount of trees that they had to put in on the property because of the way the code is written, the square footage, it literally required them to plant trees that as they grow, the root balls will wind up choking each other out. The canopies are going to compete for space, and eventually some of the trees are just going to die. In the meantime, the maintenance costs for the landscaping, because they cannot be mowed, because they're basically you have to weed whip the entire property. In addition to that, in the back of the yard behind a wall that was required for the residents is another whole set of landscaping that virtually can't be seen by anybody. So The idea, and then if you go to Aspire, if you've driven down Chiquita, you see, sable palms that are literally, 2 feet from each other and clumps in such a way that you can't even see the architecture of the building. And it's literally right up against the fence, same situation. You can't even weed whip or mow the grass in that strip. And so we've gotten ourselves into a situation where we want the canopy, but then as we're improving the properties, our code doesn't allow for some flexibilities. And so rather than this isn't, I don't want to say that every developer is having this situation, but clearly there are a few that come to mind where if we had some flexibility, we could work with them. And so this flexibility still requires the tree count, but it gives them an off-premise or an off-site option that those trees then can go into this fund, and then we can use it to improve medians, parks, or some other element that we want to in the city. So it's just another option in our tool bag to be to work with the developers, obtain the tree canopy that we want citywide, but at the same time recognizing requiring that all on one site may actually be detrimental to the canopy we're trying to create. Thank you.
I got one question for Councilmember Shepherd, since this is your expertise. Don't mean to put you on the spot. And also, I'll give our arborist the opportunity to weigh in as well. In this proposal, we have a 2-inch caliber tree that the developer can contribute $1,500 into this fund. And we have a 3-inch caliber tree in the CRA at $2,500. My question is, how much does a 2-inch caliber tree cost? And how much does a 3-inch caliber tree cost? Because to me, that seems, and the reason I ask that question, if I'm a developer and I can put a 2-inch caliber tree in for $300, boy, I'm going to line them up as much as I can instead of paying the city $1,500. So that's why I asked that question.
The pricing changes with supply and demand. So at this time, since we've had a hurricane, a lot of inventory was destroyed in our state. So it increased cost of trees, but like everything else, it goes up and down. So, but you did bring up a good point. I didn't think of that. But I do like the concept with this, one of the good parts of this is, as someone who knows landscaping, I see a lot of landscaping done in our city that is done, it's a failing design. It's a design that I know is going to fail even when it's brand new because we're planting too many trees too close together and things like that. So I think it's a great idea to where the commitment of the developer has to supply them trees, but it gives us the option to put them in that neighborhood, the median across the street, a park. But the part that you just brought up, Mayor, that's a tough one because I can tell you I deal with that every year. I have to plant literally thousands of trees, and every tree I plant, I'm predicting to harvest and sell it anywhere from 3 to 5 years from now. And I have to guess on what's going to be the want at 5 years down the road. And I can tell you that all the years I've been in this business, I haven't mastered that. I've grown trees, like for instance, a tree today could be $1,000 item, and I can say, wow, I'm going to plant 4,000 of them puppies. And then 5 years from now, it ends up being the tree that's only $100, so that's a tough one. That's very tough. But I think the overall goal, I believe the overall goal is to try to encourage landscaping with our new development that is successful. And at the same time, not lose them trees, but have them donated to other parts of the city where we're now a developer, when he moves in the community, he's not just doing a successful landscape project that's going to be appealing, but he's also contributing to making another part of the neighborhood more beautiful, or a park as well. So I like the idea of it. Thank you.
I'll give you that opportunity as well.
Thank you. So the costs associated with the contributions, typical what is seen in most tree trust funds or tree funds is that it is a market cost for the contractor to come in and install a tree and guarantee the establishment of the tree. We looked at real world costs that we're receiving right now in some of our projects and in some of the programs that we're planting trees at, and for a 2-inch caliber tree, it's ranging anywhere between between 1,100 to 1,600, and then for a 3-inch caliber tree, it goes up to that neighborhood of 2,000 to 2,500. That being it's a much larger tree, you have a larger root ball. This is also looking at Florida grade number 1 statute type trees. We're looking at, proper tree quality with the installation. And you also have to incorporate the cost of the irrigation design or irrigation installation in some of these projects. So we factored a portion or percentage of that in there. But that's where you get to this number. It's not the wholesale cost of buying a tree at a nursery. It's what it will cost if we were to say to a contractor, hey, we need to plant X number of trees at a park, and have those trees established in a 1-year period.
Just quickly, I'm sure most of this is applying to commercial, but I know on the residential side, you have to plant 2 canopy trees, I believe 2-inch caliber as well, is that correct?
I believe it's 3 canopy trees, 2-inch caliber. The
2-inch caliber.
Yeah. Currently, right now, in our amendments, we're not approaching the residential side. We're just working on
And the only reason I asked that question, I buy those trees all the time for about $150. I go pick them up, plant them at my residential sites. So, I was just trying to use that analogy on the commercial side because that tree doesn't know if it's going on a residential lot or a commercial lot. I know I'm paying about $150 for that tree. So that's why I asked that question. Is there any reason why, if we recognize we're having an issue by having a developer put a certain amount of trees in and it's overcrowding, probably even possibly doing detriment to those trees because they're planted so close together, why wouldn't we just reduce the requirement?
It's a good question, Mayor, and the answer is it's not a problem for a majority of the developers, right? So if you take the 2 specific cases that we discussed, it's because let's take the ABC Supply one first. It's because they needed to utilize all of the land on the ground for laydown area, for storage, for materials that are coming in of the yard and out of the yard. So if they could have easily shrunk that down, right, and had area and room to put the trees, but because they're trying to maximize the throughput supplying materials to the market, they maximized what they could in impervious surface. And so that left a little amount of impervious surface to plant. So in that case, where it's a specific situation, the alternate, would be that they didn't have to plant all those. When you look at a situation like Aspire, similar situation, they had a density that they were looking to hit in units. Could they have gone up a couple of extra floors and shrunk a building? Yeah. But maybe the zoning district didn't allow that. And so when they're depending on what their design team is trying to accommodate and how much stormwater areas they needed. This is not the majority of projects. So if we reduced it, we would have the opposite effect of everybody would take advantage of reduced landscaping, and that's not what we're really after here.
So almost like a deviation program that's available to the developer.
Yeah, and part of why we're here today, I mean, if you think $1,500 is too steep, give us feedback. We can before we bring forward an ordinance, if it looks like it's a go, we can amend that number, or we could put in there that we'll have like a 1-year look back and see if it was utilized. If it's not, if it's too high, you're right, the market's not gonna, they're not gonna use it. So even though we've provided an opportunity, we may have a negative feedback in there that, you know, a loop that basically says, well, great idea, but too expensive.
Right. Well, that, honestly, for me, I'll have to do some research. Those numbers seem high to me. I want to go out and see what the market is bearing for those types of trees now. I don't want to establish a program that no one's going to use. Why have that program in place? So, you know, if a developer can put that tree in for $500, I guarantee you they're just going to smash them in there instead of paying us $1,500. I know that's what I would do to make sure they meet the requirements. I just want to make sure that it's cost effective, the dollar amount's an equal amount. I don't know what that amount is without doing the research, but I don't want to develop a deviation that I don't think anyone's going to use. So that's the only concern that I have. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak in favor of the ordinance, and a couple things come to mind. One is I think the only thing worse than no tree is a dead tree, and when we look at the beautification of the city, and I think to make sure that we continue to increase the canopy that we're attempting to do, I think this, you know, goes a long way towards that. One of the things that's always irked me, both residential and commercial, is that there's a requirement to have a certain amount of landscaping done at CO, and then when the shrubs die, when the trees die, when the landscaping that was required to open, if you will, is no longer there. There's no pressure put on them to replace and to continue to have what they were supposed to have in the first place, whether it's residential or commercial. And so the $1,500 or the $2,500 for me, as a developer, it's a one-time expense. Well, the tree has to be planted, has to be irrigated, has to be fed, it's got to be pruned, and if they're all stuffed together, and no matter what you do, they're going to die because the root ball gets too big, well then, if they got to come in and put another one in, you know, every however often, it's going to add up to way more than $1,500. So for us to be able to actually plant a tree and irrigate it, feed it, prune it, and do all that's necessary in a place where it can provide benefit, I think that it gives us the flexibility to do that. And I think that when the landscaping plan is put in, if we identify through a certified arborist to the developer, hey, you're setting yourself up for failure here, the way that you put your landscaping plan together is going to be self-defeating, then I think we can counsel them in that, and this gives us flexibility for them to be able to maintain their landscape requirement, have a greater ease of maintenance instead of having to yard whip the whole, you know, the area because they had to stuff all these trees into a place where the trees are going to kill themselves over a period anyway. So I think it gives us the flexibility that we don't have right now. It gives the developer some flexibility that they don't have right now. So I would speak in favor of it. But I would also speak in favor of making sure that whether it's residential or commercial, that when that requirement is no longer being met because improper planting or improper care, the requirement is no longer there, that we impose upon them the requirement to replace the tree that died or the shrub that died or whatever. So, thanks.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. There's just a couple things that jumped out. I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good idea. Just some things that I would want some more information on, maybe in a one-on-one. I see it came up late that the CRA would be able to do 100% of their tree requirements. I think that number is a little too high. I think we could start at the 60% like we said with everything else. I get it, but one of the largest areas for trees in the CRA is still in the CRA, which is the old golf course. So at that point, if we eliminate any sort of need to have to plant trees and something that would take over that area, that's just something. I think that number is a little high for the CRA. Another thing too is if we're able to, this is kind of like payment in lieu of parking. It's trees in lieu of trees, payment in lieu of tree planting. Parking requirements, required to do within a certain area. So let's just say I want to build on a lot in the CRA, but my tree requirement, I can pay into this for the entire city. Well, they're going to plant 2 trees up at, in the north, but I'm paving over an area in the south. So is there a way to look at this to within a certain amount of mileage, you're able to pay to remove these trees, but it still has to stay in the CRA, or still has to stay within your district, or within 5 miles of where your development's going to be. Because I have to put 10 trees, but I'm going to buy them and they're going to go in Fort Freedoms Park. How many people are going to put 10 trees in Fort Freedoms Park? All of a sudden now we have 100 trees in a small park. So I think we need to limit the amount in an area, or at least look at that. Does that make sense, what I'm getting at there?
Absolutely.
So I like the concept, I like the idea, but I certainly don't want one area to get nothing just because we're able to pay for it in a further area. We need to diversify and maybe keep a mileage limit to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you. Yeah, I too support the concept. I do think pricing is going to be the main criteria of whether it's successful or not, but I think to some extent that's market driven, right? I don't think that should be a reason why we pause for moving forward. We can move forward, and if it turns out that it doesn't work, we can lower that threshold or higher that threshold in the future. I believe we've got the ability to do that rather than trying to predict it ahead of time and the difficulties associated with that, like Councilmember Shepherd mentioned. I also think that it's something that we can implement in a different way. If I understand correctly, this is going into 2 separate sort of funds, a CRA fund and one other sort of general fund, medians, et cetera. One thing that I feel strongly about, and I think I mentioned it in our summer retreat, and I believe the mayor did as well, otherwise known as the glorified cow in the green room, we need more trees in our parks. I would support something about putting this into a parks fund exclusively rather than the CRA, for example, or just a general maintenance fund for medians. That would be the only change that I would make here, is putting it in the funds where I think we've all acknowledged to some degree or another that we have a significant deficiency in the trees at parks. And the other side of me does go towards, I think, what Councilmember I believe Steinke and Welsh had alluded to, it's a strong word, but it feels a little bit like extortion to an extent, is saying, hey, we acknowledge that we've got burdensome regulations, but instead of just providing you a deviation on an as-needed basis and saying, hey, we get it, our requirements would basically force you to put in trees that are going to die, we're not going to do that, we're just going to make you pay for it. And that extends again to the parking. Hey, we acknowledge that you may not need the parking, but instead of just saying you don't need it, we're going to make you buy parking spaces. And I don't want to go down that road, but that's sort of what it feels like to me. If we're acknowledging that, hey, number one, it's very limited situations like Aspire, et cetera, and we're obviously by the fact that we're talking about it here today, hey, it's an issue, but instead of just saying, yeah, it's an issue and the code can't contemplate for everything, and so we'll issue you a variance, you got to pay for it. I don't know that I'm entirely comfortable with that, but if we did move forward, I would support that those payments go towards putting trees in the parks. Thank you.
Councilmember Shepherd.
Yes, I'm in support. I think it's something that we can always tweak as time goes by. I think it's a good start. I believe that every project, there's going to be loopholes. There's going to be ways that the different developer makes out better one way or another. The Aspire, my personal opinion on that is I believe more trees probably could have fit around the buildings. I think what they did at the timing then is the particular palm you're talking about along Chiquita was the cheapest palm on the market at that time. And they said, let's buy a whole bunch of the cheapest palm and just, put an immense amount of them in. Now we don't have to worry about landscaping the rest of the property. So, I mean, that's a loophole there. So maybe we want to make sure that it's only when their possibilities are exhausted. I wouldn't want people also to just say we want to donate all our trees because we don't want to plant any. I think staff can stay on top of that and make sure they're at least planning the amount and the possibilities are there. But I think we're off to a good start. Thank you.
Who didn't weigh in?
So any developer that comes in, they'll be required to supply this many trees or plant this many trees. Is there a minimum? I said, well, you know, we're required for 200 trees, but because of this tree fund, we only want to plant 50 and we'll buy the rest for the parks because we don't believe we need that kind of buffering. Is there going to be a minimum on this as we look at it?
So as Persis mentioned with the CRA, so the way it's broken down, within commercial development other than the CRA South District, there will be an allowance for a 15% reduction in the total tree amount required. In addition to that, if you want to, you can go beyond to up to 30%. However, that threshold between 15 and 30% would require additional review and approval from the building director, associated with, the review of the plans, and the proper usage of the tree. I think their goal of this is to allow for proper usage of our tree canopy in landscape design, and after that's exhausted, have another opportunity to utilize the trees that cannot be used on that property because of its maximum usage. Having those trees being able to be planted in city parks or green space areas, primarily.
And also, very importantly, buffering requirements, they're excluded from this program.
Yeah.
So each developer, they have to meet the buffering requirements. It's the reminder trees that are part of the site
So
development.
in the case with Aspire, that would be a lot of their trees, since they line Chiquita, that would be a buffering thing. So there's two components of these. These are trees not necessarily that provide buffering, but trees that may go somewhere else on the property.
Correct.
Yeah, I think it's case specific, but I would have to look at the plans for Aspire, but it seems that a lot of times, as was mentioned, it could be that they're pushing trees that are typically planted on the inside of the property to the buffer. To allow for that. But we can look at that as we move this along the process.
And then, does that particular developer, if they want to contribute to the fund, do they have a say in where the trees might go? Let's say they've been to one of the parks, and they say, I'd really like to pay for these trees to go in this particular park.
Not the way that, currently the way that it's drafted, they will not, no.
Okay. And then the trees that they may not be using in their development, do we decide then where those what kinds of trees might go into the tree fund after that?
Yeah.
Depending on what they're not going to use?
So we will be the ones to administer the fund itself, Public Works would, so that we would be the ones to essentially look at what trees are being planted, and what location they're being planted at.
Okay.
I think the priority, as Councilmember Long had mentioned, for us is looking at these city parks, as one of the priority areas, but also looking at our future medians and streetscape designs when appropriate.
Okay. So I support it in concept. I think I need to see more of a fleshed out or finished product moving forward, but I certainly think it's an idea worth pursuing. Thanks.
Councilmember, Mr. City Manager, I see your light on. You want to comment before I go to Councilmember Cummings?
No,
Okay, Councilmember Cummings.
Okay. I'm in favor of this, but keeping it at market value. As we know, everything goes up and down. So you would have to at least keep something in there saying as it changes.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. City Manager, is that something that we could draft in there and try to depend what market value is on a yearly or biannual?
Yeah, we could do a basket of goods and say we're going to look at these 3 or 4 different tree types in the market, and we would just basically bring that forward as an annual resolution to set the value that year in the fund. I mean, that's definitely something we could accomplish.
You have any other comments since your light was on?
Yeah, I did. Well, I just wanted to, I appreciate the comments of Councilmember Long, and, I'm going to give you a different perspective. So developers always have options. And, when I was designing the Go Bond parks, we had the same opportunity. At the end of the day, what happens is it comes down to dollar and cents. So clearly, every developer doesn't have to have a stormwater pond. They could put their stormwater underneath the parking lot, and there would be plenty of space for them to plant trees. It's more expensive, so they're not going to do it. They could have structured parking versus surface parking. Triple the price or double the price, so they're not going to do it. And so what happens is you wind up with the last element in design. What can happen? What's left is what little bit of green space is left after they've maximized all of the area on the land for infrastructure. Then they're left with, okay, how do we plant this landscape? So, when the council this year, time and time again said beautification is important. I mean, we're looking at an opportunity here to maintain our beautification, and I think going the opposite direction and removing landscaping, I think would be the opposite of what we're trying to achieve. So I understand the comment, but it's not that the developers don't have other options and couldn't fit the trees. It's just that those options to them are not financially beneficial for their investment. Thank you.
Councilmember Cosden?
Thank you. Just real quick, I support the program.
Councilmember Long?
My only follow-up to that point would be that I understand it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but do we want our reputation with developers to be, yeah, go ahead and put $1 million in underground for stormwater retention so we can put in a $500 tree? I think we can go back and forth for a while, but I don't want to be problematic to the extent that we're chasing developers off because of the trees are X amount of feet apart from one another. Thank you.
Get the direction to look for, Mr. City Manager.
I did. It looks like there's support to move it forward to the next step. It sounded like funding is the one issue that a majority of you or those of you who had a concern about it spoke about. When you set fees or rates with anything, whether it be water and sewer, whether it be a stormwater credit that we have in the CRA, a payment in lieu of parking, or this, there's really three places you could be at that in the market. You could be at what it actually costs. You could be below it, to which point you're incentivizing or you're encouraging people to go in that direction, or you could be above it and have it be an option, but not something that would be where everybody goes. So, that's really where we can wind up. It depends. If we want a lot of people to put stuff into the tree trust fund so we can use it in medians and parks and other areas, then you would look to set the fee below market. If you wanted to just be an at-for replacement, an option, if they have development issues on site, then you could just set it at the rate. And if you want to have it to where if they really want to use this and they can't redesign their site and get more of like a 2-to-1 or maybe 3-to-1 return, if someone wants to use the fund, you would set it above. So we can bring all three options. I don't think the first one of being below market is what we want, because then everybody will take it. We'll get 30% less landscaping is what's going to happen. So my recommendation would be to either be at the market and we could refresh that annually, or we could set it just above it. And this way, if somebody absolutely wants to use it, we'll get actually more trees than they would have put on site to put throughout the city.
And also, I want to point out that if we go to the market price, it's not just how much it costs to buy the trees, to plant the tree, to maintain the trees, because those developers, they're getting away with maintenance for the life of the development, and the city is taking care of maintaining those trees. So that's why it cannot be compared just as how much it costs to buy one tree. There is more to the cost.
Okay. I think there may be at least one council member is going to have to leave here by 2 o'clock, so if you're okay with it, Mr. City Manager, I'd like to skip number 5 for now and go straight to number 6. Councilmember Long?
Mr. Mayor, actually, regarding the agenda, I would ask, I guess, if there was a desire from anybody on council, considering that we still have several items outstanding, of maybe continuing a few of these topics to another CAL meeting, assuming that staff doesn't have any opposition, there's nothing timely. And we could talk about some things that we would like to continue to talk about, or some things that can be put off. But I think we've still got at least an hour or more. Nobody's had lunch, so staff. So I don't know how we want to approach it, but I think we've still got quite a bit of discussions left. And so I would see what this body thinks about maybe continuing some of the items.
Mr. City Manager, you have an idea on maybe the length of time to get through the rest of the 4 topics?
Number 6 is the one that would take some time. I believe we have, what do we have on the agenda for next Wednesday? Could we move an item or 2 to Wednesday?
For the regular meeting?
Yeah.
We could do that for sure. Mhm.
I mean, if you'd like, we could move.
Why don't we move number 5 and try to get through 6, 7, and 8? You want to do that? It sounds like number 5 is going to be a little...
6 is going to be the longest one.
All right.
And 5 is going to be pretty timely as well, I would presume.
I mean, we can move them both to next Wednesday and just deal with 7 and 8.
Well, why don't we get through 7 and 8 and see where we're at? I'd hate to move 2 timely topics to the same meeting, but...
Well, that was my point. Are they timely? Do we need to jump straight to the next 7 days from now meeting, or can we sprinkle it over the next CAL or 2? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
That's a discussion, I guess, that the city manager would be able to...
Number 5, Amy, needs to be done by October 1st.
It does have a deadline on it. However, this presentation was more because of the 5-minute rule, just to give a little preview. So I think we could take care of it actually at the meeting and still be timely.
Okay.
And then number 6 really is to get guidance from the council as a whole. I mean, I've individually briefed all of you on it, but in order to start moving forward with some of the actions for that, I need consensus on where to go with that. And then I think number 7 and 8 are really...
7 can wait. Absolutely. There's nothing super timely on number 7.
I think we need to get
It really
6
won't
out.
affect us until next budget cycle.
And then 8 may or may not be quick. It all depends on how much or where the council is on number 8.
Do we want to do 7 and 8 and then see if we got any time left to do one of the other ones?
I think we should do 6.
Or why don't we set a time and we'll get what we can get done?
At a time.
Now, if you want to say, okay, by 2 o'clock, we're going to... Yeah. So why don't we do that? We'll see where we can... We'll jump on to 7 and 8 and then see if we got time to jump on one of the other ones. So, does that sound okay to everybody? And 2 o'clock will be our deadline?
I've got to be somewhere at 2 o'clock, so I'll have to leave before 2.
Okay. Well, number 7, I think, is yours, Councilmember Steinke, so we'll give you the floor.
Okay, cool. Mr. City Manager, do we have the opportunity to put the handout up on the screen? Did everybody get a copy of the handout? Just to let you know where this came from. Obviously, from the discussions going all the way back to reviewing all of our boards and committees, councils and committees, and the concern around citizen having input into the budget process, to relook at that. As liaison, one of the concerns that I had was that we actually had something codified that there would be opportunity for citizens to be involved in the budget process, not just come to the hearings, but be involved right from the get-go on the budgets and with the department heads. And so I've met with city manager's office, I've met with city attorney, met with financial services director, and collectively we feel we've come up with a solution where we actually can get more citizen engagement than we had in the past. And one of the items that was required to get that done was to actually have a town hall style delivery of the budget with the opportunity for all of the citizens to ask questions of, not be limited to just 3 minutes for comment,
And so what you have before you is actually without an actual date or exact number of days, a format by which we can engage all the citizens that choose to be involved in the budget process that would begin next year. And so that would start out first in January with our winter workshop, where all the citizens would be invited to hear about the projects, the strategic direction of the city, the proposals that are being made that are new ones, updates on what has been happening up until the workshop, that they could then give their feedback there, both to their council member, city management, however they would want to respond to the winter workshop, and certainly have time to participate with citizens' input in the winter workshop. Second would be the summer workshop, as things would continue to develop, pretty much same as the winter workshop. Then, as the city manager provides the proposed budget based on all of the requests and performance that are brought in by the department heads, that would be distributed, and then after the distribution of that and the proposed assessments and proposed millage rates, we would conduct a town hall to invite the entire city to come out and have the opportunity to speak with all of the department heads, the city managers, city council members. The thought there would be to have a meeting that would both accommodate those that work during the day as well as those that work during the evening. Where here in council chambers, as well as the hallways, we would have tables set up where the citizens could come from, and the proposal was from 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock, so that those people that work during the day have time to come after work. The people that work at night can come during the day before they go to work and actually spend time with those department heads, talk about the reasons why they were asking for the funding that they were asking for, talk about the way the dollars have been spent in the past and how those how those events were how those efforts were proceeding. And then in early to mid-August, to hold up to 3 budget workshops, once again, where the citizens can participate there as well. Then late August, the final public hearings and assessments, and then in September, having the 2 public hearings that are mandated by state statute for the approval of the budget. So that would give 11 opportunities, if you would, plus a 4-hour town hall for all of them to participate. So instead of just having 7 to 9 members of the public involved in the review of the budget, it would give every citizen the opportunity to get involved, to meet with the department heads that put together their requests, and to be as engaged and involved as they would like to be. If we were to follow this, then the sunset of the actual budget review committee, I would feel comfortable with that, and so I serve this up as the result of meeting with all of our city personnel and present to you a way that we can keep the citizens involved, but not necessarily have a committee of 7 or 9 people that would be doing this type of work.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Long.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Stanky, for putting this together. I guess this question, Mr. Mason might be able to answer, but maybe not on the spot. How much of this is already contemplated in what we do as part of the typical budget cycle as far as this itemized list here? I see there's some overlap. I'm just curious if we...
Everything but the town hall.
So we already do all of these things?
We have, yes.
Okay, so then just to really deduce it down, I mean, I appreciate the analysis, but if we add a workshop or the town hall, so to speak, then Mr. Steinke would be comfortable with sunsetting the budget review committee. I think that's maybe a little simpler, for me, way to put it. I think that's a discussion we've already had. I don't mind supporting that idea. I will say I think that there's plenty of opportunities, as evidenced here, already for the public to engage, but if adding that one extra bit is where he's comfortable in order to move forward in that direction, then I would support that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayden?
Councilmember Stanky, I know you're calling it a town hall, but in essence, it's just another, all of council would be there?
The intention would be for council to be here, the department heads to be here, city manager's office to be here.
So in essence, we'd have to call to order a public meeting.
Correct.
So it would have to be another public meeting.
It would be announced.
On the budget, okay. Just clarification there. Yeah, all the other things we already do, and winter workshop, summer workshop. Obviously, the winter workshop's mainly on issues, not necessarily on the upcoming budget, because it's a little too soon. Again, to repeat what I said a few weeks ago, we typically have limited conversation from people when we have our budget workshops and the 2 budget hearings. There was, I think, 4 people that talked last week on the budget. I think a couple of those were loosely connected to the budget, not really specific to the budget. So I think a lot of people will probably find it more informative to them to meet their department heads and possibly talk about other issues other than the specific budget, based on what we've seen in our history, which, I don't mind. I think any opportunity we can give for the public to come and connect with our city government is a positive, and I've always said that, and I'm all for that. I'm in the minority here, but I'll never support getting rid of Budget Review Committee or any of the other committees. I'm not gonna beat that one anymore. But as far as the town hall and what it might deliver to us in another public meeting, I think it's another opportunity for the citizens to contribute, and it's a good idea.
Councilmember Cummings?
I'm in support of it.
Yeah, I am too. Thank you for the work that you put in and working with staff. I think this is fairly close to what we discussed previously. So with that being said, I'll definitely support what you put together. So thank you. Councilmember Welch?
Thank you. I do like what Jeb put together. I like the fact that on number 5, we kept this as a town hall, not as an additional committee of the whole meeting. Because as you know, we're here for all 7 of these other meetings, and we do have the time to speak to staff and answer all of our questions, and we can speak with constituents individually if they have those questions. So to make this number 5 a town hall to an additional budget meeting, I would be against that. I would prefer to keep it as a town hall, more of an informative session for residents. If we show up, we can show up as a resident, not as a council member. And since we're not going to be discussing any city business, I don't think we fall under sunshine violation by keeping it the way it is on this sheet of paper. But I could be wrong, Mr. City Attorney. Can the 3 of us be in a room together at a town hall as long as we're not discussing politics or
Yeah, you
ordinances?
could be in there, but it would still be advertised just in case. I'd rather have that advertised, that there be more than 2 elected officials that'll be present. But certainly you wouldn't be able to speak on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, just for the sake of clarity, based on what somebody had just brought up, for the record, I think it's important that we do this in 2 parts, maybe not, but I would make it known that my agreement in moving forward with the addition of the town hall is contingent on the removal of the Budget Review Committee. I don't want it to be a situation where we all just say, yeah, we support it, and have that in the background, but not state it, and then now we also have the Budget Review and an additional town hall, when my purpose of getting rid of the Budget Review was a staff resource issue.
You bet. And that came up in conversation with the city attorney, that if we give direction to go this way, that then a resolution would have to be drafted that would eliminate the Budget Review Committee.
I've already initiated the preparations in anticipation of this in the event that it did happen, and it'll be brought up, I believe, at the next regular council meeting for its elimination.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this?
Thumbs up.
Sound good to you, Councilmember Shepherd? All right. Sounds like the direction is to move forward, and Madam City Clerk, if you could add that on next week's meeting, please.
Will do.
Thank you. All right, move on to council rules and review, document display at council meetings. I had a discussion with the city manager and the city attorney, and our council rules during citizens' input. It's clear that the public has the opportunity for just that input. If you read our council rules, it does not allow for any type of documentation to be presented. If those individuals wish to provide that documentation, then it would be given to the city clerk, which would then be public record, and then we could get a copy of it. Actually, we have not been following our council rules because as long as I've been here, that has always been the case, that that document could be presented on the overhead and displayed publicly. So I felt it was important to have a discussion. Do we want to adhere to our current policy that's already in place, or do we want to change that policy? So that's why I asked to have this particular topic discussed at a committee of the whole, and I'll turn it over to Mr. City Attorney if you'd like to elaborate a little further on that.
Yes, so in reference to your rules, they're set forth within public comment opportunities under T. There's nothing in there that grants or permits any individual that speaks the ability to utilize the city's equipment in order to project whatever it is. They're supposed to be just verbally speaking, and that's it. Now, to provide a little bit of clarity, wherever I have been in any municipality, normally if they had stuff to hand out, they would bring that out, but they would not display that because some of that stuff may not be accurate. So when I first saw that, it kind of caught me by surprise that you folks are allowing that. And then when I checked the rules, it does not permit it. So the question is, as the mayor pointed out, whether or not you want to continue on. If you do, then it would require a change to your rules, because as it stands right now, they're not allowed to do it.
So I guess it's, to me, it's fairly simple. Either we abide by our policy that we have in place now, or do we want to make a change? For me, I would support just abiding by the policy that we have in place. Councilmember Cummings.
And that is the prohibition allowing them to display any materials. And again, they could bring it. I want to be entirely clear so that there's transparency. Any individual that speaks can come and provide whatever it is that they want to display. They would just not be permitted to utilize the city's governmental equipment for that message. That message must be done verbally and verbally only.
Alex, if I'm not mistaken, I think we talked about this. A lot of the other cities, even in Lee County, Fort Myers, they don't allow this either, correct?
I apologize. I have not been to a city, and I've been to several where they allow this. Allow it being displayed.
Okay. Councilmember Long?
Yeah, I would agree to adhering to the policy currently and only allowing that. I mean, even if that's something like you said they want to bring, even if they want to distribute it to council so that we're on board with whatever it is that they're saying, I'm okay with that. But yeah, if that's not provided for in the rules and it's not something that's standard among municipalities, then I would say that we start tightening up on administering those rules as they exist. Thank you.
Councilmember Welsh?
Yeah, I agree. If that's in the rules, we should stick to it. That doesn't stop someone if they want to bring a sign and hold it up during their public input that we all can read, does it?
They're not allowed to do that either, under your
Okay.
rules. That is expressly prohibited. The stomping of the feet, the clapping, as we saw earlier today, those things are not permitted under your rules of decorum.
Okay. Yeah, so I do agree. Putting stuff up on the projector, they have the opportunity to print up 7 of them and bring them with them. So I think what we need to do is educate first. So let people know this isn't gonna, don't stop everyone right now. We've been doing it for years, and this has been the way it's been. Obviously, you've been here 2 terms now, and it's always happened, Mr. Mayor. So I would lean towards educate and eventually get to that. I would hate someone to come in and let them know, hey, you got to bring, if you want to show council this, you got to bring 7 of them for us to have up here. Or if you want to bring 50 of them, you got to stand in the hallway and hand them out to the people walking into the room before we come into the meeting. So educate first, but then yes, gradually get to this rule I'm okay with. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke?
Well, the comment I was going to make, and I will, but then I also have a question. Is distribution of material allowed on city property? I'm talking about in the hallway bringing 50 copies.
That,
And if you don't know the answer off the cuff, I would just say that we better take a look at that and whether that is allowed or not. But I would speak in favor of enforcing the rules we have right now, because we haven't been sticking to them. The rules we haven't been sticking to. But I would say start following the rules that are in writing. And I would agree that we certainly need to educate that folks can bring something to be distributed to us. They would need, as I understand it, at least 9 copies, one for city clerk and one for each of the members of council. So at least 9 copies to distribute, maybe to support their comments, but not to be on public display of their comments. So I would agree and support that.
And then in reference to, we could have a conversation, I know the answer, and I could share it if the council wants, but you know, I'm just mindful of the constitutional protections, right, in the public forum on public properties. So we could have that conversation unless you folks want to do it right now, but I wouldn't recommend it.
You can let us know in our next one-on-ones if you like.
I'll do it on the one-on-ones.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Cosner?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to stick to what we have in writing, but on that note, Mr. City Attorney, is there anything else in our rules that you think we need to be looking at?
I'm going through them.
Okay.
As I see it, I'm going through it, and if there's a concern, I'll voice it to you. Usually I'll do that hopefully in your one-on-ones.
Thank you.
Well, what I heard was to abide by the rules, except for Councilmember Welsh, who wanted to do an educational approach. Sound like a majority wanted to abide by the rule. The only thing that I would maybe suggest is maybe for the next 30 days, if a particular person wants to come forward and they have a document, maybe we could provide those copies, those 9 copies or 8 more copies. So they start to get the understanding, hey, we're changing the policy. But I'd hate for somebody maybe to bring something and they can't display it, or they won't want to give it to us. So can we do that, or would you rather not do that? I know that's it's kind of out of the norm, that, or we just say we're abiding by the policies, and within a week or two, the message will get out there.
We can certainly put out messaging immediately.
Okay, why don't we do
to the
that?
media through our website, through our digital
Okay,
media.
well, let's just go that. That'll be the educational component then. Okay. All right. Councilmember Welsh?
Yeah, and I agree. Just education was the main thing. Wasn't like we have to wait 30 days and allow it to happen. Just be available. If someone comes in, obviously they want to speak on a topic, they got something, be available to help them out. Like, hey, I need to give this out. Can we get 9 copies made by the time the meeting starts? Yes, let's just do that. Let's try to help out the residents as easy as we can. But that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, looks like we have about 10 minutes, and you got 2 lengthy conversations. Do you think you can do either one of those in 10 minutes? If not, then I would recommend that we try to put that on a future meeting.
We will.
Okay. All right. Any roundtable discussions? Item 5 on the agenda. Is there any roundtable discussions by any council members? Okay. Mr. City Manager.
I do have an item I need to bring up, Mr. Mayor and Council. A couple days ago, we received our insurance renewal from Florida Municipal Insurance Trust. In order to get that approved and bound by October 1st, it would have had to be basically to the clerk's office with a full resolution for the agenda next week. Clearly just didn't have enough time to, 1, analyze the increase in premiums, but 2, they put us in just a really horrible position to try and even make it onto an agenda before the end of the year. As a result of the increase that was submitted to us, We are in the process right now of analyzing moving some assets to a self-insured position and also renegotiating what we can in the next couple of days. As a result of that, I would like to have a special meeting with you all on the 27th. That will give me and my staff about a week to try and get this figured out with what we can insure through a third party and what we intend on self-insuring to keep our premiums and risk profile similar.
Is that a Wednesday?
Yes.
Do you want to do that at 9 a.m.?
We have a cow.
Oh, we have a cow that
Why
particular
don't we
day?
just have it after the cow?
Yeah, so we'll just maybe advertise it for 1 o'clock.
Do we have time to make the cow a special meeting?
Is this topic going to, it sounds like this topic will...
We're going to need a vote.
Need a vote, so it has to be a special meeting.
Yes.
Or you make the cow meeting a special meeting.
So you could keep the cow at 9, but you could call the special for 9, and then the cow would follow immediately after your special was over.
Okay.
We can't just have one after the cow because you have to establish a specific time.
Okay. That's fine. Mr. City
I would probably
Attorney?
recommend sticking with what has been recommended by the clerk. That makes more logical sense for notice.
So we'll have the special meeting at 9 a.m. with the cow meeting to follow directly afterwards. Okay. Everybody, I'm sorry?
I will need to be excused.
Okay.
Can I just ask one further question? I missed your opening remark in like 2 sentences or less. What assets is it that we're referring to here as far as potentially?
Our insurance policy.
Just general for the entire city?
Yes. Not medical and health, for
Well, I know.
property and liability.
Good clarification for the members of the public.
We're already self-insured for medical.
Mr. City Attorney, this is a little out there, but is this something that we would need to or can have under the shade before we publicly declare what items we're self-insuring on as far as assets? I don't know that it's a huge issue, but...
I believe it's just on cost. It is just cost.
If I could, we're not going to come in here and, what we're going to self-insure, if we're going to self-insure anything, is probably all of our vehicles. That's one item. If we're going to look at buildings or buildings at less than a particular cost, then it's just buildings at less than a particular cost. That's a policy standpoint, but at this point in time, we're not comfortable with the current proposal that we've received, and we need some time in order to deal with it.
Okay.
And we have a meeting this week with FMIT, so we expect to be available and have something before the city council by the 27th.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe this would fall anything that would legally justify a shade meeting under 286.
Okay, just figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some attorneys that would love to know what items are self-insured. So, thank you.
And I understand we're kind of under the gun because we have this October 1st deadline, and I'm sure we can make a decision now on the best way to move forward, but that could be a future discussion if we decide to go a different direction at a later time, where we have a little more time to do an analysis and see what may be the best position for us to move forward in, I guess. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
And we'll have that answer again by the time we meet.
Okay, all right, sounds great. Any other roundtable items, Mr. City Manager?
I have none, thanks.
Okay, time and place of future meetings. We have a regular meeting. The Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Wednesday, September 20th, beginning at 4:30 p.m. here in council chambers. Also, we have a special meeting of the Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Thursday, September 21st, 2023, beginning at 5:05 p.m. This will be our second and final budget hearing. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.